minutes 52 seconds. There might be some changes. The flight dynamics officer and his support in the back rooms are analyzing to make sure that what they are about to report to the crew is rock solid.
Integrity Houston with new ARB numbers for real this time.
Okay, Stan, we're listening. Go ahead.
ARB TIG, 1 hour, 46 minutes, 07 seconds. TIGO is 18 minutes, 06 seconds.
Okay, Stan, we copy and have entered 1 hour, 46 minutes, 7 seconds for TIG, and TIGO, 18 minutes, 6 seconds.
Thank you for that. With that, we also have an updated time for the handover from TDRS west to east. That is going to be over 6 minutes earlier than what's on your pad. You can expect that at MET 2 hours, 03 minutes, 04 seconds, 2:03:04.
2, 3, 4. For handover west to east. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. And integrity 2 minutes.
Dan, the PFE is reading 3, which is nominal.
Copy PFE. And integrity, we are ready for the Eclipse power down per your execute note.
All right, as we've continued to follow along on the mission, here in Mission Control Houston and on the Orion to Earth loops, we'll take you over to the beginning of the press briefing, the post-launch press briefing over at the Kennedy Space Center.
Integrity, MCC pulls go for ARB pending attitude and saws.
Integrity. Houston, integrity for power down.
Go ahead.
All right, we see the roll, Stan, and for power down, we believe our steps are complete. If we could get just some situational awareness on the DU brightness, we feel like we have them 50% down, but let us know.
Checking. Integrity, we see DU3 right at center. We see DUs 1 and 2, a couple of clicks above center. We're checking power draw now.
Copy that, Stan. And obviously, when we go into eclipse, we can bring them down a bit further.
Roger. And Reid, when we get into eclipse, we would like those extra clicks on DUs 1 and 2.
Yeah, you got it. We did bring 1 and 2 down a touch, but we'll bring them down as far as we can when we get into eclipse.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Integrity, good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Artemis II post-launch news conference. I'm Bethany Stevens, Senior Advisor and Press Secretary, and I will be your moderator today. I am joined by Administrator Jared Isaacman, Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya, Acting Associate Administrator for the Exploration System Development Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze, and Director of Flight Operations, Norm Knight. Administrator Isaacman will give opening remarks, and then we will open the floor to questions. If you are dialing in to be with us here today, please press *1 to get in the queue. And with that, Administrator.
Thanks, Bethany. Good evening, everyone. So today, April 1st, 2026, 6:35 p.m., NASA Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear their responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon, the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable, high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space. NASA astronauts Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon. We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort, a national commitment, and the work of thousands across the agency, our industry partners, and our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We've certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound. You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission. And we will celebrate when we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room if we have any takers. We'll start right up here.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name is Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that flight day 1 and flight day 2, you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you.
We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just.
It was during handover to Tidris West. Sometimes that's squirrely. Ground configuration, you gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes. So that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics. It's transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal, the onboard fault detection cleans that up, but we're just getting started, Joey.
Clear, right? This is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer.
Importantly, apogee raise burn. We're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Was that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
Do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets are, they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis I, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis I, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. So we're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis I, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment, but we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren? Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and ops operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No. On track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reid's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery, and it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dicht from Ad Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again,
yes.
when MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now, later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to, how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah?
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success, a lot of tests ahead, and just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds. Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration, so no early off-ramps there. I think right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is, it's paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie?
Hi. Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check how the best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take it? Oh, I mean, I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough, give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns, it's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the Eclipse system checked out. We got to make sure we have a redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Musco with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program. We got going all the way back to 2011, so 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it, launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal. And making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I mean, we got a lot in front of us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework. So they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I could see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop. But the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it. And they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits. But we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
All available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking. Which
We'll take a look into that. We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Wiseman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
I certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
We'll come right up here.
Frederic Castel with France 24. First, of course, congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. It's a great way to, mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging, and that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing, and we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective, and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch, is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson-Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thank you, Bethany, and congratulations, everyone, on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI, and what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens, so it's 1 day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
I might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masante with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you, the exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis II to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission, daring, that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis II in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
So, I mean, no matter, I guess, how you slice it, it's the opening act for sure. I think there are areas where we're clearly combining, Apollo 7, Apollo 8 into a single mission. Which we should be able to do. There has been, to your question earlier, there's been substantial progress, over the last half century. We have tools. We've certainly been there before, so I would expect us to be able to get some, mission efficiencies through. But I would say that what we learn from this, for sure, will inform how we think about Artemis 3. Now, there's certainly big picture objectives in that. We'd like to get the lander together. We'd like to test that out in Earth orbit before we go to the moon with it. But if there are things that we don't see, maybe it is comm-related issues, then we're going to try and fix those, and then we're going to want to validate that on the next mission as well. So, and that should be the idea, right, as we progress forward. I suspect when Artemis 3 comes around, we're going to learn a lot about the integrated operations that we'll want to validate and ensure is rolled into the subsequent missions. But yes, this should be a philosophy that we take across all of the grand efforts that we are pursuing right now, to not necessarily jump to the ultimate desired state, but to build up to it.
I'm going to jump right up here.
Hi, Richard Hollingham, BBC Future. Related to Apollo 8 in a way, really. I just wondered what plans had gone into a new Earthrise image. A lot has gone into the aspirational nature of this mission. Have you a plan? I assume you have a plan. What is the plan?
Oh, go ahead. I do know that the teams have been looking at what the opportunities might look like. They've looked at the different launch dates, and so I know that they're really going to try to make that happen. I can't give you a confirmation on that yet, but stay tuned.
My understanding is they have been equipped with additional camera imagery capturing, equipment. So
we're going to do everything we can to try and make that happen. It'd be awesome.
We're going to go right back here.
Thank you. I'm from a Japanese news agency, Kyodo News. My question is to the administrator. The United States and China are competing over moon development. What significance does today's launch have for the U.S. and NASA? Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an incredibly important step. I mean, this is the first crewed mission into this environment in more than a half century on a rocket that has never flown human beings before, along with a spacecraft. So it's incredibly important because we're going to learn an awful lot from this to inform subsequent missions. So yes, this is the beginning. I can tell you, having had an opportunity to speak with the Artemis II crew after the State of the Union address, we talked a lot about what we wound up sharing with the world at the ignition event about adding additional missions, accelerating production, building out a moon base. I think it was very energizing for the crew because they knew that they were, this is a risky mission for sure. Any type of new test flight mission going in this environment is going to be challenging, and they knew it was building up to something bigger. And I think that I think it was very helpful for them in that regard. So, and certainly it was very helpful for me to hear their feedback as well. I would suspect a point or two wound up in the ignition event from them. So.
We're going to go back here to the white shirt.
Thanks, Denise Chow with NBC News. I think for Lori or Norm, I'm curious what you anticipate could be some of the biggest challenges over the next few days, whether that's from a spacecraft or system standpoint or crew workload.
I'll jump in. Flight day 1 from a crew workload is pretty tough. Between now and TLI, we're working the crew really hard. In fact, when they go to sleep tonight, they're woken up in the middle of their sleep to do the perigee raise burn, and so their sleep's disrupted. They're hitting on all cylinders. They may not be feeling well. On top of that, so we know that flight day 1 and flight day 2 up to TLI is really good. We know it drops off then, and so going into this, we trained for that. We did simulations for this. We put the crew in exactly that state. Now, they weren't on orbit. They probably were feeling great. But we got a good gauge, hey, are we working them too hard? And the mission control team is great because they're watching the crew constantly. They're watching their performance. And we also have a crew that's very good at saying, hey, enough's enough. And so together, we will make certain that, that we're doing everything in the best interest of meeting the mission objectives. Making sure that we're not working the crew so hard that, they make mistakes or something of that nature. And again, we work as a collective team going forward. So this is our best opportunity, and they may add more stuff to the timeline before it's all done, and they may take some stuff out if we need to, but we adjust all the time on those things. So that's leading up to TLI, that's probably one of the bigger challenges, making sure we get those done.
I'm going to go right up here.
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. For the administrator, you mentioned the 53-year hiatus, and in that time, now most of the world's population wasn't alive for Apollo, like I think you and me. And I wonder if you have a sense of, if even this early in the mission, that this has captured the imagination of those people that have never seen anyone go to the moon before, on a world level, on a national level, and how important is it to NASA to capture that support from the public?
Yeah, I've said it many times. I absolutely, I think it's foundational for what we do here at NASA to inspire. It should be a component of every one of our missions. I've talked about, I think after Artemis II, you're going to have more kids that are going to dress up as astronauts for Halloween. We want to inspire and create interest in the next generation to grow up and contribute to this endeavor. Now, how have we done so far in captivating the world's interest in America's return to the moon? I don't know. You have to tell me. We've been rather busy the last couple hours. I would say, and I felt this way going into it, that when we got down to T0, a lot of people would be paying attention. I suspect when some of the imagery starts to maybe come back from the moon, that's gonna further bring people into this story. Right, and then we bring them home safely, and we start preparing for, again, the next chapter in the story. So, I think inspiration is extremely important. I think people, despite some of the commentary up to now, how many people really know we're going around the moon? I'm willing to bet right now a lot of people do, and I think we'll only draw in their interest further as the mission proceeds.
I'm gonna go right here.
Robert Coppinger, British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight Magazine. Commander Wiseman said during the crew news conference in September last year that when they get off the planet, they may only spend 3 or 4 days going around the Earth. What sequence of events would need to happen for that to occur? I was quite surprised to hear him be so specific about such a scenario. I know you all talk about it being a test flight. So what would need to happen for that, for the mission to be curtailed in such a fashion?
I didn't cover the question.
So I think the question had, just confirm, it's kind of hard to hear, but the question is that the commander talked about one of the alternate missions where they maybe would stay in Earth orbit for 3 or 4 or 5 days,
Yes,
that sort of thing.
What would need to happen
So
for
one
that
of
to
the
occur?
one of the scenarios that would have led to that is if for some reason during the launch that the SLS did not quite deliver us to where we needed to be, or the upper stage didn't deliver us to the orbit that we needed to be in. That would have been one of the scenarios. I think that's probably the main scenario that would have ended up in that one of those kind of alternate missions. Yeah. But I don't think we're going to need to worry about that, hopefully. But the other thing is if for some reason we're able to stay, but we're not able to do the TLI burn, we would stay in Earth orbit. So there's a couple of scenarios where that could happen.
We're right back here.
Hi there, Joey Vars with the Gabber for anybody. In the weeks leading up to the launch, we were talking about some of the distance records and altitude records and speed records that would be achieved that were contingent on the specific day and time of launch. I was wondering if we had a better concept of what those might be now that we are successfully off the ground. Thank you.
Norm has that data for you.
Well, based on the predicts, right now, assuming all the burns go as planned and the timeline is executed as we think it's going to be, it'll be on flight day 6. At an MET of about, 18 hours, 18 and a half hours. And again, check that as we get closer because burn durations and things like that matter. But that's where we will exceed or beat the Apollo distance record, or at least that's where we believe that's going to happen. So that'll be an exciting day, and we'll stand by to see what transpires.
We're right here.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kookmin Daily in South Korea. And first of all, congratulations on today's successful launch. And my question is for administrator. And this mission also carried a Korean satellite on board. From your perspective, why does a crewed lunar mission like Artemis II matter not just for United States, but for the global community?
I think we say often that when we undertake these type of endeavors, we never go alone. We go with our international partners. We have a Canadian Space Agency astronaut that's on board this mission. We are carrying a lot of CubeSats from our Artemis Accords partners, and we are going to continue to do this going forward. JAXA is contributing a pressurized rover, a major contribution to our efforts of having an enduring presence on the lunar surface itself. The Italian Space Agency, just a few days ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding for a habitation module on the surface of the moon, a component of the moon base. And to be honest, it was also a key component to the ignition event from last week. Half of the Artemis Accord partners were present. We spent a good portion of the second day talking together, recognizing that some of our partners can make contributions like a pressurized rover or a habitation module, and many others are going to work with their academic institutions and universities for science instruments that could wind up on the Phase 1 component to the moon base itself, or interesting tech demonstrations. This is something that NASA is extremely proud of and will continue to do so as we continue to press forward under this program. So.
We're going to do last question here. I'm going to go over to you in the back.
It's Paul Brinkman, Aerospace America. Can you just talk a little bit about the propellant loading this morning? Was it flawless? Were there any leaks detected? Was it a repeat of the wet dress rehearsal? Did you learn anything?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it went extremely well. What I heard this morning, and Amit may have an update from later, but some of the leaks that we'd seen of the hydrogen during the tanking for the hydrogen, we saw leaks below 1%, which was significantly lower. Again, the seals that we replaced seemed to perform extremely well. We did a pressure test kind of partway through, and the leak went up to about 1.4%. Still, well within the constraints, which 16% is the bound that we have. So I think it performed extremely well. We actually, I think, finished the tanking early from what I understood. So I think it went extremely well. So again, the seals that we had replaced out at the pad after wet dress number 1, I think that was proved to be very successful.
And with that, thank you all for coming out and covering humanity's return to the moon. Stay tuned for updates on NASA's social channels, including our continuous coverage on YouTube and NASA Plus. Go Artemis.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Thanks for coming back to us. We are here in the Artemis II flight control room, the white flight control room here in Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, following along with the mission and 4 Artemis II crew members who are making their way to the moon. For those coming that were joining on the press conference, we'll do a quick recap of some of the activities that happened over the course of the hour that happened during the press conference. We did have a successful thermal roll ahead of executing the apogee raise burn. The apogee raise burn occurred with an updated time of MET 1 hour, 46 minutes, and 7 seconds. The duration of the burn was 18 minutes and 6 seconds. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5 hour orbit.
Checking.
At this point, the crew is working through a number of steps to prepare for their first day in orbit, their first night. They have a number of activities coming up, including the proximity operations demonstration, where Integrity will separate from the second stage.
Integrity, those PCDs are located in Foxtrot 3 large. Integrity, good. String 1, helium clearing.
Integrity copies. And stand in the docking camera checkout, step 9. Would you like me to go ahead and configure for our pod at this time?
Checking.
Continuing the recap, starting with the current discussion where Integrity is now beginning a thermal roll.
And Integrity for docking cam, yes, please configure for our pod.
Copy.
Mission Specialist Christina Koch is setting up the docking camera ahead of the proximity operations demo for later today. Right now, the crew is in the middle of executing a thermal roll. This procedure allows for more even distribution of heating on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as well as the Integrity spacecraft. NASA astronaut Christina Koch is also working through troubleshooting steps of the waste management system that's aboard the Integrity spacecraft. The toilet fan is reported to be jammed. Now the ground teams are coming up with instructions on how to get into the fan and clear that area to revive the toilet for the mission. In the meantime, they're getting their contingency, their backup waste management capabilities, specifically for urine. The fecal collection of the toilet, that specific capability can still be used with the waste management system aboard Orion. At this time here in the Artemis II flight control room, we're beginning the first handover of the mission. The ascent teams led by Flight Director Judd Freeling are handing over to the Orbit 1 shift. You can see Flight Director Jeff Radigan to the left of Freeling. Right now he is the one conducting the handover with his team, getting a read on all of the activities they have upcoming for the rest of the day. Namely, the one in the near term is a proximity operations demonstration. We are also anticipating a crossover of the tracking and data relay satellites.
Integrity Houston for GNC. System is still performing nominally, but we are updating unfiltered and BFS with channel 1 again.
Integrity copies.
That call from Capcom Stan Love addressing the guidance, navigation, and control system navigation source, specifically channel 1. Now, as part of handover to Flight Director Jeff Radigan to begin the Orbit 1 shift on Flight Day 1, they're preparing for the proximity operations demonstration. Ahead of that, there's an expected handover from the tracking and data relay satellites to the Deep Space Network. The successful execution of the apogee raise burn puts the crew in the high Earth orbit, which will take Integrity and its crew far from Earth, with the apogee being upwards of more than 43,000 miles. With the geosynchronous TDRS satellite network in a geosynchronous positioning around 23,000 miles, the crew of Integrity will pass the near-Earth network. With that, expected a little less than 24 minutes from now will be a transition from the TDRS to the Deep Space Network. The data rates gathered from the Deep Space Network may allow us to hop on board and get some first preliminary views of the crew prior to them needing to prioritize the proximity operations demonstration. We'll take a pause here and listen for some Orion to Earth communications as the team goes through their handover procedures so we can listen in on the next steps for the Orbit 1 team.
Integrity Houston, about halfway through the eclipse, we're seeing all of our power predicts right on. Thank you for the help with the power down.
Integrity copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. Quick update on what you're seeing. This is this display is brought up onto the front screen by the control officer here in Mission Control Houston. It's called the Ascent PFD and is available at the first phases of flight. It includes toggled settings between tanking, the ascent phase on the core stage, and now the ICPS phase. As you can note from the display here, we're in a post-apogee raise burn coast. Right now the attitude for integrity is...
Integrity Houston, 1 minute to string 2 helium clearing. Also, your PCL Rev 1 HEO deorbit burn plan is on board. That's in slot 2. The name is HEO D/O Rev 1.
Copy helium clearing, and we see the burn plan. Thanks.
Outstanding. And integrity, 2 minutes to thermal roll.
Copy.
Integrity, good. String 2 helium clearing.
Integrity copies, and I've got some AGA readings for you, Stan, when you're ready.
Jeremy, also thermal roll is complete. Jeremy, go ahead with your AGA numbers.
Okay, Stan, everything is off scale low, and then CO2 is 3.7. O2 is 18.5. Temperature, temperature is 70.3, and pressure is 14.65.
We copy all those numbers. Thank you. Integrity Houston for docking camera with an action on the DU.
Go.
For the docking cam, we see exposure set to 1 instead of 3. We think that'll be too dark. You can set that back to 3 on rpod.doccam, HKey L4.
Copy. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Ascent and Orbit 1 teams have completed their handover. Flight Director Judd Freeling sent some parting farewell words to the teams here, congratulating them on the milestone of getting the 4-member crew of Artemis II where they are now, at a mission elapsed time of 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Integrity, thermal roll complete.
Integrity copies.
The Integrity crew working through their procedures. You heard thermal roll complete to allow for even heating on the outside of the spacecraft. We'll do this periodically throughout the flight. Right now, the teams here have, like I said, have successfully handed over. You've been hearing the voice of Capcom Stan Love for the Ascent shift. He'll be handing over to Capcom Amy Dill and Capcom and NASA astronaut Raja Chari. You'll hear their voices for the Orbit 1 shift and the beginning of proximity operations demonstration. From here, Mission Control Houston, that will conclude the Ascent shift. We'll hand over here at the PAO console to your Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the proximity operations and some of the activities that lead to the end of the cruise day and the beginning of their sleep period. That's it for the Ascent team. This is Mission Control Houston. Stand by as we allow a few minutes to reconfigure the PAO console and provide 24/7 commentary.
Integrity Houston, com check on Peltor. Houston Integrity, com check on Peltor.
Hello, Christina. You're coming in louder. How me?
Amy, great to hear your voice. I have you the same. Good to hear that our Peltor is a little louder than the mic stub.
We copy. Integrity Houston, 5 minutes to DSN handover.
Integrity.
Integrity Houston, ICPS blowdown in progress. Integrity Houston, voice check on DSN.
Houston, Integrity has you loud and clear on DSN.
And we have you loud and clear as well, and while we were handing over, ICPS was in blowdown.
Copy all, and we have 2 GNC cautions on the board for right RHC. Let us know if you see them.
Copy, Christina. We're seeing the same. We think we might have a channel failure. We are taking a look. Integrity Houston for camera streaming.
Go ahead.
All right, we are ready to join you on board if you're ready for us.
Houston, we are ready for you to come on board.
Copy. We'll let you know when we join you.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft. The crew inside Orion is continuing to configure the cabin and prepare for the upcoming proximity operations demonstration, which we expect to start shortly. And as you can see, it's pretty dim in the cabin right now. The lights are dimmed as the vehicle is in an eclipse.
And Integrity Houston, we have joined you on board. It is a little bit dark from our view, so you are free to turn up the lights for a hello.
All right, Houston, I just want a quick comm check. Can you hear this transmission?
Loud and clear, Reid.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit dry and going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
Wonderful, Reid. It's spectacular to see you all, and so far so good with the day.
Hey, Amy, thanks for welcoming the world on board Integrity, and we're looking forward to a good rendezvous and prox operations here in a few minutes.
And on that note, Reid, we have the prox ops pad whenever you're ready to copy.
If you can give us about 2 minutes, we'll be ready to copy.
Standing by.
Welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited to be your Orbit 1 commentator. We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. These are our first views of the...
Integrity, we are ready for ProxOps pad.
Integrity, all times MET. ICPS maneuver to SEP, attitude. 3 hours, 18 minutes, 34 seconds. ICPS SEP, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 24 seconds. ICPS thermal turn, 4 hours, 03 minutes, 34 seconds. Depart no later than 4 hours, 30 minutes, 37 seconds. USS-2 TIG, 4 hours, 50 minutes, 07 seconds. Mandatory burn. ICPS disposal burn, 5 hours, 00 minutes, 11 seconds. How copy?
Okay, Amy, we copy all, and we are hopping over to 13.1.100 ProxOps FTO, and confirm you hear this transmitter loud and clear.
Confirmed loud and clear.
Mission Control Houston just polled go for the ProxOps demo. And the crew aboard Orion is starting to get into the configuration for that demo. Another live view here in Artemis Mission Control. So with proximity operations coming up, first we will look for separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That is the stage that propelled us in the perigee raise maneuver and the apogee raise burn.
Amy, we have 20.8.101 post-BFS engage actions open on step 2.1, but we are taking no actions in that procedure. Moving on.
Copy, and I have a story on the right RHC when you're ready to hear it.
We'll call you in 2 minutes.
Standing by.
As we mentioned, the crew is...
Integrity, comm check from the Peltor headset connected to Seat 1 AIU.
Loud and clear, Victor. Tell me.
Happy the same, thank you.
This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. As we saw when we had video of the crew on board, Victor Glover has now moved to Seat 1. He launched in Seat 2. He has switched places with Reid Wiseman. He is going to be, Victor Glover will be commanding and piloting this portion of the mission. He'll be flying the vehicle, and he has let us know he is going to put the communication system on voice activation. So he's going to be speaking nearly continuously for the next approximately hour and a half so that the ground team can hear crew feedback on what it's like to fly Orion, how it's like the simulator here on Earth, and how it might be different. During the proximity operations demonstration, Glover will use the translational and rotational hand controllers to command Orion, first doing a translation control checkout and roll control checkout. He will get a read of Orion's roll, pitch, and yaw from this commanding. We'll hear calls about targets and degrees of width. There is no rangefinder available between Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, so this crew is using other data, like how big the upper stage looks outside of the window or through a camera. So the degrees that you'll hear him call out are the width of the target on the screen that he is monitoring. That screen is going to be fed by the docking camera that was set up after launch. The target that he'll be reading initially is the entire ICPS itself. We'll be about 100 meters or 300 feet away from the ICPS. Those degrees are going to be reported as greater on the screen because it's a larger target.
Houston, can you just confirm that we have a gas introduction of some sort, nitrogen, I'm guessing?
Checking.
Again, we'll start with the ICPS itself being that target. As we get closer, the target switches.
Confirm O2 introduction in progress.
Integrity.
As we get closer to the ICPS conducting these maneuvers, the target that they will be reading back switches to the docking targets that are on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as if we were going to fly in and dock. Of course, this is a practice, essentially, for our future Artemis missions in which we will be docking to a lunar lander. Once the initial checkouts are complete, the crew will get a go to move in toward that forward target on the ICPS. They're going to brake at 75 meters, and again at 30 meters.
Okay, Reid, for the right RHC, it looks like it was a single event upset. We are now seeing all good channels. We did command a fitter reset from the ground. We do have a quick checkout that you could perform if you feel that you have time.
We are showing on right-hand controller, RHC pitch, channel 3, deselected.
And we expect that. For the checkout, you're going to confirm CSS is not selected and then do a full deflection positive pitch, then negative pitch.
Okay, so the right RHC is powered on, control stick steering is not selected, and you want a full negative pitch and a full positive pitch.
Affirm.
From C2, right RHC, here is a full negative pitch. It is now 0, and here comes a full positive.
Copy, we're following.
Right RHC is back to neutral, still show pitch channel 3 deselected.
Copy, that's a good checkout, and we'll do the reselection of the channel from the ground, and you are go for Orion 180 pitch ATP and Prox Ops FTO after SEP.
Outstanding. Picking up in step 1.3 at 13.1100.
The crew just did a couple of tests with their hand controllers that they'll be using to command the spacecraft. Again, we expect to hear quite a lot of communication from them during this time period, so I'm going to front load you with a lot of information of what you can expect to hear. So initially, again, that target that they will be monitoring is the ICPS itself once we have undocked. And then as we move in closer, it becomes the docking target. The crew will fly all the way into 30 meters before, and they will break at 75 meters, braking again at 30 meters, and then arrive and hold at 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Victor Glover is going to conduct an attitude alignment and then move into the precision translation test and then the precision rotation test. They are exactly as they sound. These are small movements while closer to the ICPS, like we would need to make if we were docking. Of course, again, this is essentially a practice for our future Artemis missions in which Orion will need to dock to a lunar lander. Orion will then back away 20 meters from the ICPS for the ICPS to complete a thermal turn, setting it up for the next portion of the proximity operations, where the crew...
Less than 2 minutes for maneuver to SEP attitude.
Integrity copies.
Once that thermal turn is complete, the crew will approach the side docking target. Again, we're not docking today, but Glover will command Orion to hold at 15 meters from the ICPS. He'll then move into the precision translation test again, but this time with the side target, conducting multi-axis tests of Orion's yaw before maneuvering the spacecraft to its tail-to-sun configuration, which helps generate power through its solar arrays. Finally, the proximity operations demonstration will be complete, and Glover will initiate Orion's departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the upper stage separation burn and provides the separation we need between Orion and the ICPS. ICPS will then have its own deorbit burn over the Pacific Ocean following Orion's departure. Again, maneuvering to separation attitude coming up now in just about 40 seconds, and separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. We are now 3 hours and 18 minutes since liftoff. We expect to have views from the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis II, and testing it out here helps us reduce the risk in using it for future missions. We'll be using this for proximity operations and our overnight demonstration tests as well. It remained stowed for ascent and was installed shortly thereafter. The plan is to keep it installed during the crew sleep period, but they will remove it during crew wake since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
Houston, integrity Vox check from seat 1 on the Peltor headset.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I have you the same. Calls requesting a response will be prefaced with Houston. All other comm, no response required. Houston, how do you copy that?
We copy, we're ready.
We are ready. Just some words on my configuration. I'm wearing my ox suit boots, and they're clipped in to the seat 1 foot pan to give me some stability. I've got the shoulder straps of the harness on tightened, holding me down to the seat pan, so I feel really stable for actuating the rotational and translational hand control.
Glover letting the teams here on the ground know that he doesn't expect a response from them.
We're currently ICPS, next phase 245. Our next action is in about 2 minutes. Starting timers. Thank you for bright. Did we confirm with them about the power down? The sun is coming up. Houston integrity for the power down. Are we okay to brighten the DUs or ProxOps demo?
Your go to configure DUs as bright as you like.
Integrity.
Expecting ICPS separation coming up in about a minute and a half.
Houston, ICPS maneuver complete. Good step attitude.
Integrity copies.
Reid shared just before launch, this is a crew activity. We will be hearing Victor's voice.
But also the sun's coming up, so that could be it. Okay, about a minute until we start timers.
Christina Koch is floating to Victor's left. She's in charge of the timing and procedural discipline.
Advisory.
Jeremy Hansen.
Roll this up now, just to have it for the.
Hansen is floating to Reid's right, watching the ICPS, ready to call a back away if need be. Standing by for separation.
.30 seconds to timer start. And that timer starts at separation. Command sent. Stand by for separation. Yeah, we have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. Video. I have no stop stream option. Straight out. Dot cam selected. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo! That.
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
5, 9, and
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. The SMRCS.
Caution, prop, SMRCS manifold 3, Ox-P health.
Much quieter. Got a little rumble,
Checking.
like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
All right, still waiting on the 19 ends to burn out. Thrusters are still fine. We've got a little rumble. It's like driving on a rocky road. All right, burned out. Okay, I see about 2.6 degrees wide on ICPS. All right, zooming in. There's 3x. 2.7 degrees wide. Here goes 6x zoom. Looks to me like we might have even slight closure. I definitely don't think we're opening. Anybody else? Okay, 2.6.
Houston, hold confirmed at 2.6 degrees.
Copy.
Look at the exposure difference between 2 and 3. That's 3. It's quite washed out. When I go to 2, I can see the docking target. I'm going to leave it at 2 for now.
Step 6.
The degrees Glover is reporting.
Okay, here come 3 outpulses. 1, 2, 3. And it again is that rumble, a little bit of a rumble from the service module. I hear them still burning. It looks like they just burned out. And I'm seeing opening. We definitely have opening. 1, 2, 3, 4 impulses. And so far, what I can tell you about this is it's much tighter than the sim. There's not a lot of lateral movement, not a lot of rotational movement as these are burning out. ICPS is nice and stable in the camera field of view. It is 2.5 degrees wide, and we should have a slight closing rate. It is a half a degree below the center of the docking cam. It is 2.5 degrees wide. In authority DAP, it's quite nice and very responsive. And the camera is also better than what we were flying in the sim. I'm getting very slight movements, so it's making it easier to assess opening and closing. This camera is much better than the sim. We will be less than 4 degrees. I'm going to start left since it's just to the left. So here comes 2 left. 1, 2, left. Good motion. Looking for 1 full degree, so I'll start at the center pack. ICPS is centered, waiting for 1 degree to the right. Now I'm going to give it 1 down, if that's okay. All right, we still got good motion. I'm going to hit 1 down for correcting ICPS towards the center. All right, and then when I get 1 degree of motion, copy. There's 1 degree hack. 1, 2, 3, 4 rights. 2 lefts to center, copy. Again, very responsive. Authority DAP is quite responsive. It's very intuitive. I got about 1/4 of a degree, maybe even less than that, of overshoot by starting at 1 degree of movement. And I've got good motion, half a degree back toward the center line, and I will capture it with 2 lefts. I'm going to lead that by about 1/4 of a degree. Here comes the first 1, 2, and I'm going to give it, I'm going to let those down slowly correct themselves. So, all right, again, that little rumble, it's like a very slight rumble, like just driving over a little slightly rocky road, and the 2 lefts are in. We've stopped on the center line laterally and vertically, waiting for it to correct back to the center. Here comes 2 downs. 1, 2. Start counting out the center. Copy 2.5 degrees wide on ICPS.
And Houston, Ike keeps talking about the rumble, and I think from the previous spacecraft that we have flown, Soyuz and the SpaceX Dragon, we're used to a more distinct popping sound out of the thrusters, and this is just more of a gravelly road, kind of very calm. There's not a lot of dynamics on board. Very smooth vehicle.
1 degree of motion. Here comes 1.
Copy
2,
observation.
3, 4 up. Okay, there's 1/4 of a degree overshoot, maybe 1/3 of a degree, and we've got motion is stopped. Waiting for motion. Yep, this one is taking a little longer. Motion is tracking back the other direction now. We'll go 2 downs to center. We also had an up correction going in, so I think I didn't take that out before we started this. That may have contributed to it overshooting a little bit more than the previous. Yeah, we started with a little bit of Z motion due to that correction earlier on. All right, half a degree to go, and then we'll go 2 downs to stop it in the center. Still right at 2.5 degrees wide. We'll probably only need 1 down to stop this. Okay, gonna put that in now. There's 1 down, and we are centered.
Houston, integrity translation checkout complete. Moving to step 7.
2.5.
Copy.
Equal. Back to that step. Okay. Okay, I'm good.
And Houston, with the stable ICPS diameter, we do have the opportunity to do one in pulse, but we are going to hang here for now.
Copy, concur.
Okay, I don't need to ref. Okay. All right, control stick steering. Engaged. Hold inertial. Diaphragm is ref. One degree on the rate scale set. Just trying to get that docking target background. So I'm going down exposure 1 now. I can see the docking target clear. Ready? Okay, 3 pulses to the right coming in. 1, 2, 3. Mid motion. 2 for 17. 5 degrees for 17. Okay, no cross coupling, no rate in other axes. 10 degrees for 17. Mid motion. See ICPS center docking target 12 for 17.
The degrees you hear Glover reporting are the amount the ICPS is taking up on the docking camera, which you see in the left side of your screen.
All right, roll rate is at 0. Ready? Aligned. Giving it 1 down, 1 left.
Houston, roll alignment complete.
Little gravel road.
Copy.
And we got another momentary enabled caution prop SM RCS manifold 6 aux P.
No impacts to Prox Ops demo. Good to continue.
Integrity.
Point 2. Set. Okay, let me center ICPS and get stable. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go right. Okay, roll right and hold. All right, roll right. It's coming in. Roll good motion, no cross coupling. It's only roll rate. I see ICPS. 2 for 5. 3. It is slow, easy to anticipate, and stopping at 5. Was able to stop right at 5. Houston integrity, oh, sorry. Okay, going left. Good motion, it's all roll. No rates in pitch or yaw. 2. All right, roll bait released, it's 0. Back to the center. Roll is slow but nice and predictable, easy to anticipate and stop with precision.
Houston, roll checkout is complete.
Copy.
You're 2.6 degrees wide. Ready. Going edge key. Pitch is in pulse. It's just greater than half a degree low. 3x. Pitching up, 1 pulse. For 1 degree. Pitch up, nice and snappy. And there's 1. Anticipated, stopped it right on that 1.5 degree line. Okay, and returning it to the pitch down. Stop just greater than half a degree low. Stop. Very nice. That pitch was very tight, very responsive. I was able to stop it right where I started it. The pitch going back to discrete. Up 0.7 degrees low. Pitch up and hold. All right, pitch up. Stopping it. Again, very responsive, also in discrete. Pitch down and hold. Back to initial vertical position. Stop. Captured. Very nice. Ready for yaw to pulse. Going right, one pulse. A good motion. There's all right, and yaw left, one pulse, and stopped it right at 1 degree. Very responsive in yaw as well. Left 1 pulse, good motion, no cross coupling, and 1 degree. Stopped, overshot about 1/8 of a degree. Back to original position. Yaw going back to discrete. Yawing right and hold. 1 degree. Good motion, no cross coupling, half a degree. There's 1 degree stopped and overshot about 1/8 of a degree, but nice capture. Yeah, I'm getting a little of a bounce here. I think that, not sure, it's most likely from us, the camera, or this vehicle wobbling in yaw. So the ICPS is moving, it's wobbling left and right slightly in the camera view. It did stop at the 1 degree of motion quite precisely, but we got this bobble just now, going back to initial position by yawing left and holding. While it's yawing, it is solid. There's no bobble. Stop. Released. See if that bobble comes back. There is a slight bobble, maybe dead banding or just the camera or the vehicle fluctuating. Are you guys seeing that, Houston? Are you seeing the bobble in the docking cam video?
Victor, we are not, but it might be because it's a low rate for us.
Okay, copy. Had a little bit of a lateral oscillation there.
Houston, authority DAP checkout complete, ready for step 12.
Copy, go to continue, and also, once you get there, you are go for forward target approach to 10 meters.
Integrity.
Copy. No. The DAP is going to course. It is showing course. 16 in, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 14, 15, 16 ins.
Houston approach was initiated from approximately 2.7 degrees.
All right, I'm going to give it 1
Copy,
down.
2.7.
All right, we're coming up on 3 degrees wide. Stand by for 3 degrees. Hack 3 degrees wide. Gave it 1 down. It doesn't seem to be tracking down, though. I'm going to give it 1 more down in course. There we go. Responding to that one, going to give it 1 left in course as well. Good corrections. Good, are you okay?
This view live inside Orion.
Videos, do you, or field of view, do you need any lighting adjustments in the cabin?
Cab camera looks good to us. Thanks.
Integrity.
hack will be at 0.5 degrees wide. Stand by. Hack 3.5 degrees wide at 1823.
The crew received the go to move in towards 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Yeah, sure.
Again, pilot Victor Glover flying the Orion spacecraft right now.
Hack will be at 4 minutes. I'm sorry, 4 degrees wide.
This is all to teach us about how Orion flies manually in space and prepares us for future missions when we'll need to dock with a lunar lander.
Stand by for 4 degrees wide. Hack. ICPS is 4 degrees wide at 19. Course, and here comes 10 outs. 2, 5, 10 outs. ICPS is still stable. That little wobble, lateral, a little yaw induced. Again, can't tell if that's the camera or the vehicle, but overall it's pretty stable. Very, very minor oscillation.
Houston, 75-meter braking is complete. Going into dock cam exposure check.
Copy.
Copy. You got it. One picked that fine. You're fine, and one right. Okay, stand by for 4.5 hack, 1950. All right, coming up on 5 degrees wide. And back, 5 degrees wide, 2020. Okay, next action is when the center docking target is 1 degree wide. It is about half a degree wide right now. Copy. Thank you. 6, hack, 24, 6 degrees wide. Fine, I'm going to go 1 up. Right. Copy, going course and 1 out. Your course, 1 out. Back to fine. 1 up. Stand by for 6.5 degrees wide. Excuse me. I may have skipped on you. 5.5. Hack, that's 5.5 degrees wide. That may have been the reason we thought I skipped 1 on you. I skipped 5. 1 up, 1 right. Okay. All right, course. We did a mistaken slowdown, so going back course and 1 in. Not as far ahead as we thought we were. Okay. All right, coming up on 6.5. Hack, 6.5 degrees wide. Fine. You're fine. Going up, up, 2 ups, and 6. Good grief. So that was 6 degrees wide, the last hack I gave you. I think I skipped through 6.5. I'll give you 7. All right, stand by for 7 degrees wide. ICPS is 7 degrees wide. Hack, 2245. All right, and ICPS, the center docking target is about 0.7 degrees wide. Next hack is 7.5, correct? All right, 7.5, hack. Right. Right about 0.75 degrees wide on the center docking target. Left and fine. 8 degrees, hack, 2322. All right, I'm going to transition to center docking target, 0.8 degrees wide. The next action will be course and 6 outs when it's 1 degree wide. There's something floating to the right of ICPS. Did you see that float off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 6 outs.
Houston, 30 meter braking complete.
Copy.
This view from Orion's docking camera looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They have completed their 30-meter braking and are flying in towards 10 meters away.
Copy, looking for 2.5 plus or minus a quarter of a degree. All right. It's about 1.2, 1.1.
This view from the docking camera is a zoomed-in view at this time. Again, we are coming in, we were at 30 meters, moving in toward 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And again, we are seeing a docking target, but this is practice.
5 degrees wide hack.
We are not docking to anything today. This is a test of how Orion flies when completed manually by the pilot.
That is definitely worth it. All right, next hack will be at 1.5 degrees wide on the center docking target. Nice and smooth. It is actually holding quite close to the center, so I haven't had to make many corrections. Nice and stable so far. We are at manual exposure 1, which is interesting. I don't know what the sun angle is right now, but that seems to be the best view. Yeah, and you see the shadow of the center cross. It's a little low. Right there. Maybe these seat belts weren't a good idea because now I can't see it. All right, next one will be 1.5. Stand by. Hack 1.5 degrees wide at 2650. And then at 2.5 plus or minus a quarter of a degree, it'll be, of course, 4 outs. And I'm jealous I can't float up to the window and see it out in front of us. Coming up on 1.75 degrees wide.
This view inside Orion as the crew is using their iPhones to take pictures out of the window of the
1.75 degrees wide at 2740.
They're able to see the interim cryogenic propulsion stage outside the windows.
It'll be 10 meter arrival next, so once we get to 2.25 degrees wide, we're in the window to start braking. Course and 4 outs. Coming up on 2 degrees wide. Two degrees wide. back 2820. Center docking target is 2 degrees wide.
Standing by for Orion to arrive 10 meters away from the ICPS.
Copy. I'm going to go ahead and go to course now. And I see we're at about 2.25 degrees wide. I think we're in the window to start braking. I'll start the outs. 1, 2, 3, 4 outs. That did not induce a lot of rotation, so not a lot of cross-controlling there and waiting for closure to stabilize. I'm showing us at about 2.25. Fine, just to center us up. We're in fine. Going right.
Houston, 10-meter arrival confirmed.
Copy, Reid. You are go to execute forward target handling qualities test.
Picking up at step 13.
We're 2.3 degrees wide. We're in the window.
The crew is now moving into some precision translation.
Copy. We are within 2 degrees, definitely. I could do 1 or 2 things, but the fly out. Okay, yep, I'm going to center it up, so I'm going to go down. I'm going to translate down. Just a little bit. I mean, we're talking about a fraction of a degree. Going to 6x. And I'm waiting for that cross to get centered, and then I will pitch up.
Again, Glover is able to...
So I'm going to, right there, stop it. Now I'm going to pitch up, center it.
Glover is using the docking camera on Orion, looking at the ICPS that you see in the left of your screen.
That was very easy to do, and I show us as a flyout complete. Copy.
Houston, angular alignment complete, ready to begin. Find handling qualities test.
Copy.
Copy. Affirm. We're in fine. 3x zoom coming.
This is a zoom view from the docking camera on Orion.
Fine.
We are about 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Y-axis ready. I'll start in the center, and we're out and fine. Okay. Copy, a little opening. Back to center laterally. Okay. Yep, 2.75. Yeah, I see opening. Okay. So we're centered. 1, 2, 3, left pulses. Good motion. All right, there's a half a degree, good motion, a little bit of down or up in, on ICPS. And there comes 1, 2, 3 to null, about a 1/10 of a degree overshoot. We're looking pretty stable right now. We did have some upward motion on ICPS. I'm going to correct that out as well. I'll give 1 more out and fine. Okay, and 3 right. Here comes 3 right. 1, 2, 3 right, bringing it back to center. Good motion. Picking up a little bit of upward motion. 2.7 stable on the range. Copy. And going to capture it with left. 1, 2, 3. Near center. Do you feel that? Okay, a little rumble. Felt something here just a second ago. So on 2.6 on the range. All right, and we're going to go 3 pulses up. I'll start measuring from the center. 1, 2, 3, up. There's center, and we'll null 1 degree low. Overall, the control is very responsive. Not sure if it's the dead banding half a degree good motion, but I am doing a little bit more lateral correcting to keep it centered. And there's 1, 2 to catch it. About a 1/10 of a degree overshoot. We got some lateral motion built up in there on the left to correct that. All right, 3 downs to bring it back to center. 1, 2. Range is good. We had to do some opening half a degree. Good motion. Starting to take out the 1, 2, 3 downs, and we are centered. And so like that, it does seem to move a little bit more, but it's very responsive in the corrections, and so I was able to stop it right on the center. Holding at 2.6, 6x zoom going in. Ready. All right, half inner circle for 60 seconds. Good range. Happy. Minute. Copy. 15 seconds until center on center. All right, going to on and on. A higher gain there, definitely requiring some control, some more frequent control inputs. Stable there now, trying to minimize inputs and see if I can hold that stable. Copy. Okay, time's good.
Houston, translation test complete. Would you like us to go to step 16 or 18?
Perform step 16.
All right, big step is fine. We're holding at 2.5. Centered. It's down and hold. For 1 degree, good motion, no cross coupling, half a degree, and waiting for 1 full degree of motion. Stop. Wow, stop right on the line. No cross coupling, good motion. There's half a degree going back to the center. That's very responsive. Yawing left. Half a degree. And stopping it right on the vertical grid line. We had a little bit of a translation. Going back, yawing right, good motion, cross coupling, half a degree. Back to the center line, stop. Very, very nice control in the rotations. Go left to confirm motion. Good motion. And copy that, Dana. Thank you. Going back to centered. Dana said looking out the window, she was able to perceive the motion of all of the alignment tests that we just did.
Houston, we're in step 18, ready for back away.
Concur.
That is course, showing course. 6 outs, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 6.
You're hearing the voice of pilot Victor Glover. He is backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, having completed this portion of the proximity operations demonstration. Once the interim cryogenic propulsion stage completes its thermal turn, they will begin using the target on this side of the ICPS.
5 or 6. All right, picking it back up at 4. See the cross. 2 is pretty better picture.
Glover is also able to control the brightness of the screen and of the docking camera that you see. Again, we are not docking today. This is a test of how Orion flies when done so manually and helps us prepare for future Artemis missions. We did see the crew move in all the way to 10 meters from the ICPS. They are now backing away as was planned. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will make a turn, and then the crew will fly in again and conduct some similar tests with a side docking target.
That's about 7.
We're just over 4 hours since launch today, a very busy day for the crew.
All right, coming up on 1.5, going course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in. It's 1.5.
Back away complete.
Copy.
Confirmation the crew has completed backing away from the ICPS.
We're holding right at 1.5.
Expecting that thermal turn to happen in about 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right, I'm zoom 1x to watch the thermal turn.
Glover is also able to choose the zoom on the docking target. This view on the left will allow us to also see the thermal turn.
Copy. And I'm going to be course.
Standing by for interim cryogenic propulsion stage to do a thermal turn.
8 pulses down. But I see motion. I see pitch on ICPS.
ICPS thermal turn, start.
All right, here comes down.
On the display and out the window.
Course, 1, 2, 3. 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Copy.
Again, this view coming from the docking camera on Orion, looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that docking target down near the bottom of your screen.
ICPS thermal turn complete.
Copy that, Amy. We'll start working our way down.
Reminder, we are not docking today. This is a test of how it feels for pilot Victor Glover to manually fly the spacecraft. He's using the zoom feature on the docking camera to get exactly the view he wants as he prepares to move in and around the ICPS.
And docking target is about 1.75 degrees.
And Houston, we're holding at step 20, waiting for your go.
Stand by.
We're almost to 2 degrees wide.
And I just don't want to lose this in the data, Amy. The separation was way back when we separated from ICPS. It was very aggressive.
Integrity, you are go for approach to side target to 15 meters and to execute handling quality tests.
Our course.
We are picking it up in step 20. I'll copy.
We copy.
Oh, it's almost 2 degrees wide. Their course, almost to 2 degrees wide, and here comes 4 outs. 1, 2, 4. All right, 2 plus or minus a quarter. We are.
Houston, 15-meter hold is confirmed.
Copy.
Orion is now 15 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
A couple outs.
They will not move in any closer. They're going to continue piloting the spacecraft.
3 left coming in now. 1, 2, 3. Good motion. A lateral, we might have a tad bit of closure and coming right to 2. All right. Okay, about a quarter of a degree, less than a quarter of a degree up to 3 rights, 2.1 degrees wide. Good motion. Half a degree. All right, here come the lefts to stop it. 1, 2, 3. 3 downs. 2, 3. Start measuring from the center. There's center. Good motion.
And Houston, with this sun angle, the white paint on the ICPS is so illuminated.
Half a degree.
It's very hard to look at with the naked eye.
1.
Houston copies.
2, 3. And we picked up a little bit of motion to the left on ICPS. Okay, stopping that, correcting it back up. 1, 2, 3 to bring it back to center. Also correcting left. Good motion.
"46 minutes since the start of the proximity operations demonstration.
1, 2. All right. 2.1 degrees wide.
The degrees you hear pilot Victor Glover reporting are the amount of space that the docking target is taking up in his view that you're seeing here on the docking camera.
Copy. 6X, does it say? Okay, I'm in 6X, ready.
And Houston, can you confirm 6X zoom is good for 21.3?
Checking.
Good range. Good time.
6X zoom is good.
Starting the lateral alignment test.
All right, good range. Just inside 2, just inside 15 meters. Low gain inputs, not doing a whole lot of commanding. It's holding quite steady. When I'm not doing anything, it's holding nice and steady. The camera and the vehicle are holding steady. It's almost at the center. I will get set up for center on center. cross over docking hatch cross. All right, we're starting precision. A higher gain, higher frequency of inputs. It's very responsive. I just have to make inputs because it does seem to pick up lateral motion. Commanding. I'm able to hold the magenta cross within the width of the black cross on the side without, I was talking, it went out, but overall able to keep it centered, less moderate or less effort. Okay, complete.
Houston, translation and test complete.
Very precise control.
Copy, and you are go for the multi-axis test, and Reid, you are coming in much lower volume than Victor.
Okay, I will speak up in the cabin mic.
That's better, thanks.
Again, pilot Victor Glover on the left side of your screen is manually piloting the spacecraft, executing the 6 degrees of freedom, translating forward, backward, left, right, up, and down, and rotating the pitch, yaw, and roll of Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Course selected. Left RHC, right on THC. Ready? All right, and I'll get the yaw out to 2 degrees. Okay, it's there. Okay, range, it's just side of 2.
Integrity Houston, no action on the caution warning messages.
Give it some ends.
We copy that, Amy.
All right, lateral motion is nulled. Okay, 355 for 355. All right, nice and stable, focusing on range. Out, got a little opening, some ends to correct. Got some dynamics there at the beginning, going yawed and translation, yawed and translation, but caught up, was able to correct it out without many problems, moderate or less workload. Now it's very stable, just focusing on range. 50 for 345, and at 345 we go left. $50 for 345. Nice and stable. Range is good. 48 for 3.5, nice and stable, so we're in a good position to go course.
The crew is on the timeline and about 2 minutes away from their multi-degree of freedom yaw test.
7 for 3.5. 6. Yeah, that rate has gone down quite a bit. 5, there's pick tap course. Yeah, the yaw rate had dropped off a bit. I put it back in. Okay, at 3-4, go discrete. $342. Right, coming up on 3. Right, left to stabilize. All right, we are just outside. Range has opened a bit. Actually, we're looking nice right at 2. Okay, ready. Course. Stand by. It's nice and stable. Get out of course and just go fine to try to know a little bit. Oscillating around centered. Okay, I'm ready. Pick that. All right, got a good yaw rate. I'll watch the yaw rate closer this time. Fine. Okay. To me, I did that in before to fine. Back to you. All right, going out. So course out. All right, there we go. I see opening. Buddy concur. All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to fine. All right, that yaw rate is slightly dropping off. I'm 348. One more out. I'll be 355 going to 350 for 35. All right, there's pick course. 2.1. Again, a little dynamic at the beginning, but to stabilize all the motion and correct it. Going up on 0. Oh yeah, you can see some of the coating on the fabric on the behind the docking target moving as we. It's all right. We're stabilized. About 1.75.
Houston, yaw multi-axis test complete.
Copy.
I do. Okay, I think we've stopped the opening.
All right, Houston, we're in instruction 167. TTIG is not yet quite within 29. Waiting your instructions.
Reid, we're ready for you to go to instruction 169. You are go for the multi-axis maneuver biased tail to sun.
Coming up on 1 hour since separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, again almost an hour ago, and now 4 hours and 20 minutes since liftoff. We are getting closer to the tail end of the ProxOps demonstration. Again, during this demonstration, Victor Glover, the pilot aboard Orion, was manually piloting the Orion spacecraft in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that ICPS on the left side of your screen. And the ICPS visible through the docking camera.
1.75. 356 for 353. Copy. 355.
Of course, we're not docking to anything on the Artemis II mission, but this test helps us understand how Orion flies manually and helps us prepare for future missions when we'll need to dock to a lunar lander. The commands Glover has been sending to...
I did have to throw another yaw in there to keep it at 0.2, yeah. Overall, guys, this flies very nicely. Copy, 347 for pulse.
What Glover is using to command the spacecraft, the translational and rotational hand controllers.
Very precise. 3x set. It's the 358. Pitch down, going in.
Orion is using the 24 reaction control system thrusters on the European service module.
Set. All right, going back to center. So course, then getting the docking count, target back to center. Focus on being stable. Yeah, the thruster firings are a lot less aggressive than I thought it would sound or feel, like driving on a gravelly road. The response is quite immediate. Not all the axes are even. Roll is very, very slow, but pitch and yaw are very snappy and responsive. And when you have the zoom set right, you can see very small motions, and so translations are all quite tight and very nicely balanced.
Houston, are you ready for the ATP for depart tail sun?
Affirm.
Auto inertial. Just going for stable. And we're stable.
Step 25.
Currently, Orion is about 15 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. At the conclusion of the proximity operations demonstration,
minus 26.
For the DAP 18 authority DAP.
And Reid, please repeat.
Holding on instruction 185, just want to make sure you are ready for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Go for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Copy, Houston, that's in word.
Capcom Amy Dill calling to the crew. They are go for departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
3 outs. Houston, integrity departure initiated.
Copy.
Orion is now backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The proximity operations demonstration is complete. Coming up next, we will have the upper stage separation burn, providing distance between Orion and the ICPS.
Oh, wow, look at that. Wow. Copy, going off Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
Houston, I am bringing the exposure control down to 1 so that we get some video. Let us know if you want that higher for your bearing test.
Setting of 1 is good for us.
This is a live view from the Vehicle Ascent and Launch Operations Room. This is Valor, the ULA launch team support room. They are responsible for observing any program issues that may require their experience to correctly detect and assess. They've been monitoring the health of the ICPS prior to launch.
Houston, no action on the cautions.
They've been monitoring ICPS since before launch, through launch, and obviously during the proximity operations until the ICPS end of mission. Back inside Orion, we are expecting their upper stage separation burn. Again, that will take them away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage very shortly. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will then conduct its own disposal burn and will burn up upon re-entry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. This view of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Copy.
Four hours, 27 minutes since Orion launched.
ICPS is stable in the dock cam field of view. We are going to stay in authority DAP, and we are going to discontinue all manual THC inputs.
Copy, Reid. Please take dock cam exposure to 0, wait 20 seconds, and then take back to 1.
Mike has that in work.
Thanks.
As you heard Capcom Amy Dill ask the crew, they are able to control the exposure that we see from the docking camera. Down on the bottom right side of your screen as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage gets farther and farther away. That's actually Orion backing away from the ICPS, having recently completed the proximity operations demonstration, during which pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion. On the left side of your screen, you can see Glover in the left. He's currently in seat 1, having conducted those prox ops. And on the right is NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis II, Reid Wiseman.
And Houston, here comes the ATP for RPod to coast.
We're ready.
Houston, we are going to 12.2.2515 USS-2 burn execution.
We're with you.
Four hours and 30 minutes since liftoff today of Orion, also referred to as Integrity, atop the Space Launch System rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew continues to back away from the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage that was used for the perigee raise maneuver, and the apogee raise burn that put them in the high Earth orbit where they're at now. Coming up shortly is the upper stage separation burn. Upper stage separation provides what we need to distance Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage even further. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn.
Houston, for awareness, 2 minutes until ICPS maneuvers.
Integrity copies. Houston, we're checking with you in step 4 burn config ATP.
Go to continue, ready for ATP.
Houston, ATP burn config is go.
Copy.
This view live in Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston as the Orbit 1 team continues monitoring the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission. We've just completed the proximity operations demo, during which pilot Victor Glover manually flew the Orion spacecraft, the first time anyone has done so. And we're preparing for the upper stage separation burn to separate Orion from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage even further. Major burns after this point are using the OMS, the Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine, on the European Service Module. There are also some 24 reaction control system thrusters on the European Service Module.
Integrity ICPS maneuver in work.
Integrity copies.
The interim cryogenic propulsion stage making an additional maneuver ahead of the USS-2 burn. That USS-2 burn coming from Orion. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn and will burn up upon re-entry over the Pacific Ocean. Again, live here in Mission Control Houston, Artemis Mission Control, to be exact. Just down the hall from the International Space Station Mission Control Room, also flying with humans aboard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have completed the proximity operations demonstration aboard Orion, and we are now looking ahead to the upper stage separation burn. This provides distance from between Orion and the ICPS. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn at about 5 hours MET. We are now 4 hours and 37 minutes MET, or time since launch. It's been a long day for the crew aboard Orion, and they still have a few tasks to complete before they can go to bed tonight. Of course, we'll have the upper stage separation burn that they will need to monitor. They'll continue doffing and stowing suits.
Houston's here.
Can you confirm what status you want us for suit drying?
Checking. And Integrity, can you confirm that you did the glove swap activity?
Negative, we did not do the glove swap activity.
All right, when able, you can do the glove swap activity, and then we'll need a 15-minute timer, and then we'll be ready to terminate suit drying.
Integrity.
Solar arrays are now in motion ahead of the USS 2 burn, the upper stage separation 2 burn. And with proximity operations complete, we will look forward to hearing from pilot Victor Glover how it felt to fly Orion. But just before his launch, we got to ask him how it felt and how he was looking forward to it.
As a test pilot, the opportunity to fly a spaceship is just a dream. It's unreal. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand, and we fly Orion a lot in the simulator to train, but also to build an experience base for how the teams on the ground think Orion's going to work. And then when we fly Orion in space, we're actually going to compare the two to help them make better models. You know, my inner test pilot is like, of course, very excited about that. But really, the point of this is to make sure that Orion is a safe spacecraft so that we can go and do more complicated missions without having to think about, do we need to have a test pilot on every mission to fly this spacecraft? So far, I really like the way Orion flies, but it's only been in the simulator. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity.
Again, those words from pilot Victor Glover before his flight aboard Orion, and reflecting on how it's been to fly Orion in the simulator for those proximity operations demonstrations. Now he has gotten to do the real thing today, with Prox Ops having just completed about 10 minutes ago. This view live inside Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston as the crew continues to move away from the ICPS ahead of that upper stage separation burn. All four solar arrays are now in position ahead of the upper stage separation burn.
Integrity Houston, we are checking on those cautions.
Orion is now maneuvering into the proper attitude ahead of that upper stage separation burn. Orion continuing to maneuver into its proper attitude ahead of the upper stage separation burn. After this burn, the crew has a little more work to do before they can go to sleep. It's been a long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours before launch. The crew aboard Orion will continue stowing their suits and configuring the cabin as they need it for the duration of the flight.
At Integrity Houston, those caution warning messages for prop were seen on manifolds being used for maneuver to burn attitude. Still go for USS-2.
Integrity copy. Still go for USS-2. Thanks for the updates. And the crescent Earth from almost 20,000 miles looks amazing.
Thanks for that report.
Upper stage separation burn for Orion coming up in about 4 minutes. We're now 4 hours and 46 minutes since liftoff. This view coming live from the spacecraft, looking at one of the solar arrays. Those solar arrays are now swept forward, and that protects them from any loads imparted when we conduct this upper stage separation burn. 2 minutes until the upper stage separation burn. This will be the last burn of the evening. The crew will continue stowing their suits. They'll configure the cabin. They will also have their private medical conference. These are scheduled every single day to allow the crew to report how they're feeling down to team members here on Earth. Then they'll get into their pre-sleep and their sleep for the evening. They will only get a few hours of sleep to start. They're going to wake up essentially in the middle of this nap for the perigee raise burn. That burn will set us up for translunar injection tomorrow. A translunar injection burn is what will commit us to flying by the moon and also serves as our deorbit burn. Less than a minute now until the upper stage separation burn.
Integrity Houston, no action on the ohms caution.
Integrity copies.
And we have confirmation of the upper stage segment burn, start and complete, very short burn.
And Integrity Houston, no action on the RCS prop cautions. We're taking a look.
Okay, copy. And we show about 10 seconds to go on a trim burn, and that is looking good. Attitude is stable.
Copy. Integrity Houston, good USS-2 burn.
Integrity copies, good USS-2.
Confirmation of a successful USS-2 burn, upper stage separation. This view live from Orion. You can see on the right the solar array. You also heard some calls from Capcom Amy Dill to the crew about some cautions that they will see aboard the spacecraft that they're looking into on the reaction control system thrusters, and no action is needed from the crew at this time.
Houston Integrity and procedure 12.2.2515 USS 2 burn execution. Confirm you will complete remaining post-burn reconfig, and we will exit the procedure.
We concur. We'll take it from here.
Copy, thank you.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Houston Integrity, I'm going to request to suppress the SEMA 300.
Copy and checking. And Reid, we will suppress from the ground the CMS 300 caution.
Houston Integrity, very low priority. Let me know when you have 2 minutes for boom mic troubleshooting.
We have the time.
Okay, Amy, as we're learning how to use this mic, I'm talking in a conversational level with the mic about a half a centimeter from my mouth. How do you hear me right now?
Tom, let's tell him it's definitely better, 3 or 4 by 5.
It's a bit better. It's about 3 or 4 by 5.
Okay, Amy, and now I am talking to you with the tip of the boom mic pressed against my upper lip, so I have lip contact on the mic. How's this now?
5 by 5.
Okay, I will let the crew know. Thank you.
We copy. In Integrity Houston on 1, whenever you're ready, we do have some toilet troubleshooting actions for you.
Okay, Houston, we copy on toilet. We have one stowage delta for you. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
We're ready for stowage delta.
Very, very simple. The PWD cover is in Foxtrot 2, not Foxtrot 3.
We copy.
Okay, Amy, just give us about 2 minutes and we'll be ready for the toilet orders.
Standing by.
And we have confirmation that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage burn has started. Again, this is a disposal burn. The ICPS will re-enter Earth's atmosphere and harmlessly burn up over the Pacific Ocean. Additionally, we are expecting the CubeSats to be released soon. These will be released from the Orion stage adapter on the Space Launch System upper stage into a high Earth orbit, where they will conduct an orbital maneuver to reach their own desired orbit. These are 5 CubeSats from space agencies including Germany, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Argentina. They have their own distinct objectives completely separate from NASA's mission. And these CubeSats are shoebox-sized payloads that have the potential to expand our knowledge of the space environment. The German Space Agency, or DLR's Takeles CubeSat, will measure effects of the space environment on electrical components to inform technologies for lunar vehicles. The Korea Aerospace Administration, or KASA's KRAD Cube, will use a dosimeter made of human-like tissue to measure space radiation and biological effects across the Van Allen radiation belts. The Saudi Space Agency's Saudi Geomagnetosphere Satellite, or SHMS CubeSat, will measure space weather at a range of distances from Earth. And Argentina's Comisión Nacional de Actividades Espaciales, or CONE, has a CubeSat called Etna, which will assess radiation shielding methods, measuring Earth's radiation spectrum, collecting GPS data, and validating a long-range communications link. By working with other countries to fly these,
Houston's here.
Hey, Amy. Without knowing what's going on later this day, how important is the 4K encoder setup?
Checking.
Integrity Houston on 1 for timeline big picture.
All 4 crew members are here, Jeff.
Fantastic. Hey, it's been a great day, guys, and we're going to try and get you to bed a little bit early today. We do want to do the 4K encoder setup as well as the toilet troubleshooting. I don't think it'll take very long. Ideally, we'd get that done here in the next hour or so, along with the conferences, and then get you guys to bed a little bit early. That's what we're thinking down here.
Jeff, that all sounds great to us. I have a couple pieces of information if you have no further updates.
All right, we're ready to copy.
All right, just how we're going to break up the crew right now to handle this. Victor is the lead for suit drying and suit stowage. And we show that we have had glove swap for about 15 minutes, so we could probably move on there. How copy?
We copy.
Okay, Jeremy is going to be the cabin config supervisor. He is going to get into cabin config, but as his first activity, he is going to get a power chain set up with the Cobalt brick, and then he will work 4K encoder, and I will help him. How copy?
We copy.
Christina is going to work the toilet troubleshooting with you, so when you all are ready, if you are happy with what Ike, with what Victor and Jeremy are doing, I will hand the comm and the toilet lead over to Christina.
Copy, stand by for data rate change.
This view inside Mission Control Houston, specifically Artemis Mission Control, as the crew was reporting down some of their tasks that they're continuing to work on at the end of this flight day. It's been a very busy day for the crew so far, again waking up about 8 hours before liftoff, which was now 5 hours and 5 minutes ago. After a successful ride to orbit, they saw the perigee raise maneuver, the apogee raise burn, and got into the proximity operations demonstration. They then conducted the upper stage separation burn to depart the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That's put us into our current configuration. The crew is working inside the cabin to configure it, to configure where they will stow their suits, and we'll eventually get into some pre-sleep and sleep opportunities before the apogee raise burn in the middle of the night. That'll actually be the perigee raise burn in the middle of the night. They will wake up from a brief nap and monitor that perigee raise burn before getting some more sleep and starting their next flight day tomorrow.
Integrity Houston, back with you.
Amy, we have you loud and clear.
Same, and last we copied is that Christina will work toilet troubleshooting.
That's a good read, and I'm ready for those words when you are.
Okay, Christina, first, we do not think empty oxone beads were installed for launch, so we do not suspect a blockage. We think it could be a priming issue. So the first thing we'd like you to do is to verify the toilet air filter barrier is removed. And I have a step number from toilet setup and activation procedure if you need it. Let us know when that's complete, and then we're going to power cycle the toilet from the ground and have further steps for you.
Okay, I copy all. Before we continue, are we go to swap the suit drying? And correction, are we going to terminate the suit drying?
Go for suit drying termination.
Copy. And Amy, for the air filter barrier removal, is that the nominal removal that's in the toilet setup and activation procedure that I ran?
Affirm, it was step 5.
Yes, I did complete that step.
Copy, standby.
Captain, let them know we're repowering and once that's that's done, it will be attempt to use.
Okay, copy. We are going to power cycle the toilet, and then we'll give you a call back to attempt reactivation with removing the urine hose from the cradle and allow it to run for 1 minute. And then we would also like you to have available 250 milliliters of water. We're not ready for that yet. We'll let you know when the power cycle is complete.
Copy.
Crew aboard Orion, specifically Christina Koch, NASA astronaut and mission specialist, continuing to troubleshoot the issues they saw earlier with the toilet. The teams here on the ground are relaying up instructions on how to resolve that situation.
Integrity Houston for cab camera 2.
Go ahead.
Hey, Christina, for your and the crew's awareness, you may see the cab camera 2 light turn on. We are not streaming video. We're just getting a listing of files.
Copy.
And Integrity Houston for Christina and toilet troubleshooting.
Go ahead.
Okay, Christina, we're ready for you to attempt reactivation of toilet by removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, and then if that's joy, you can deactivate toilet and give us a call.
Copy, and understand I'm not putting the water in the funnel this time.
Correct. Not yet. Not for this time.
In work.
Capcom Amy Dill relaying some words to NASA astronaut Christina Koch on how to troubleshoot the toilet issue they experienced earlier. We should hear shortly the resolution of that issue. This view from Mission Control Houston, Artemis Mission Control, now 5 hours and 14 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System.
Houston, integrity, test complete, good status light, good flow for the entire test.
Okay. Good news, Christina, and we are discussing next step. Stand by.
NASA astronaut Christina Koch reporting they had a successful test of the toilet.
And Integrity Houston, Christina for toilet troubleshooting next step.
Go.
Okay, we're going to have you reactivate toilet with the removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, then add 250 milliliters of water, and then allow it to run for at least another 30 seconds and report how that went.
In work.
Continuing to execute those tests to make sure the toilet is up and running properly. Also on the timeline for the crew tonight is an AGA reading, or an anomaly gas analyzer checkout. They will test the air inside the cabin. They do this a couple of times a day to make sure that the environment inside the Orion spacecraft is as we expect. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard Orion. It is a test flight, and so we're testing every single specification possible in preparation for future missions.
Houston Integrity, good checkout.
Okay, excellent news, Christina, and we are discussing if there's anything further we need.
As you heard, NASA astronaut Christina Koch called down to the ground. She had a second good checkout of the toilet, and teams here are discussing whether they want to pursue any further steps. And at this time, we expect those 4 secondary CubeSat payloads that were on the Space Launch System are expected to have completed their deployment based on their own timers. Now, we don't have direct confirmation of this, but the payload teams will be able to communicate with and track their CubeSats.
Integrity Houston for toilet status.
Go.
Happy to report that toilet is go for use. We do recommend letting the system get up to operating speed before donating fluid, and then let it run a little bit after donation.
We are cheers all around, and we will do that. Regarding the same, we have 1 CCU that will need to be emptied.
We thought you might, so we went ahead and warmed up the heater, so you're good to empty the CCU at your convenience.
We copy all. Thank you.
And correction, we actually want you to hold off for now on the CCU emptying for potential GNC impact. So we'll let you know when we're ready for that.
Understood.
Further confirmation from the ground teams and crew that the toilet issues have been resolved and that the crew will be go to use the toilet as normally planned. I'm NASA's PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio here in Artemis Mission Control, and I'm joined by Dave Dennemiller. He is the Deputy Manager for Orion Guidance, Navigation, and Control. Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So tell me about your role, and I believe you just came from the MER, is that right?
Yeah, we just came from the MER. I lead a team of people who developed the guidance, navigation, and control system for Orion. It's kind of a mouthful, but basically, where are we? How do we get to where we want to go? And how do we control the vehicle? We work hand in hand with the people in this room, the flight controllers, and we developed the ProxOps demo and all the other flight ops that we're doing on Artemis II.
Well, now that we're through the ProxOps demo, I would love to hear about what your team was hoping to learn during that demonstration.
Yeah, it's a very important data collection activity on Artemis II. There are basically three categories of things we wanted to learn. Controlling the vehicle involves a whole loop of hardware, software, and people. So we start with the docking camera view that you saw on the NASA TV. And that goes to the display unit that the crew looks at. The crew has to interpret that image and decide what to do. And they make commands to the computer and the hand controllers that you saw the crew members deflecting. And those go through our algorithms to determine which jets to fire. And then we have some electronics to pass those commands along. And that causes the vehicle to move, which goes back to the docking camera again. So it's a big loop. And the ProxOps was testing that whole loop to see how it worked. The second category of thing is the docking camera. Cameras in space have historically had problems because the space lighting is very, very tough on cameras. The brights are very bright and the darks are very dark, very high contrast environment. So we've done all the testing we can with the camera on the ground, but there's nothing like testing it in the space environment to see how it will really work. And then the third category of thing is that when we got in close to the ICPS, we're doing very, very, very small maneuvers. They're less than 1/100th of a meter per second velocity change of the vehicle. They're so low that our IMU can't detect them. So we need a target vehicle out in front of us so that we can actually see the motion. So we collected all that data, and now we have some stuff to look at post-flight.
That's fascinating. And I know pilot Victor Glover was really excited to see, and really quickly, we are getting an amazing view right now, I believe, from Orion, and that may be the Earth or the Moon in the very background. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
Integrity Houston for CCU answer.
Go ahead.
Christina, two options for when you can dump the CCU. One option is today at MET 6 hours 35 minutes, which was during a planned dump time for us, or we can find a time for you to empty the CCU tomorrow.
And help me out with that math. How long from now is that dump time for today?
About an hour.
And I think we'd prefer to do the dump today during that time.
Copy, Christina, and we'll come back to you around that time, letting you know when you're go to dump the CCU.
Perfect. Thank you.
Some more communications with the crew aboard Orion, calling down to Capcom Amy Dill. And this view on your screen, that is Earth in the center of your screen from the Orion spacecraft. Again, a camera mounted aboard the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us. Now, I want to get back to our interview. Dave, the Deputy Manager of Guidance, Navigation, and Control for Orion, talking about ProcSOP's a really dynamic time. And we heard from NASA astronaut Victor Glover the entire time that he was piloting the spacecraft. And I know that's additional information for your team as well. So what will you interpret from the information about the spacecraft that Victor called down?
Yeah, the crew's comments, Victor's in particular, are very important to us. Obviously, when the crew is manually controlling the spacecraft, we're interested in that task being easy for them to accomplish. So Victor was given a lot of feedback while he was flying. It shows his test pilot background, because that's what test pilots do. They mention the good, the bad, and the ugly as they're flying. So that's a very important part of this. We're actually going to get a score from them of how Orion did. It's called handling qualities. It's a time-tested tradition in the aircraft world that we adopted for spaceflight back in the shuttle days. So they will give us, actually give us a score. It's called a handling quality score.
Fascinating. So once you get that score from them, when will you get that? And then what will you do to digest that feedback? What's next for your team?
Yeah, we'll dive into all of this. We'll look at the video and look at the commands that the pilots made, that Victor made, and the way the system responded, and look at the video to make sure the vehicle did what we expected it to do. And we'll look at all of that afterwards. We've gotten Victor's comments live now, but we'll get more post-flight when we interview the crew post-flight.
Well, that's great. And I know that this is not the only time during the mission that the crew is manually flying the vehicle. There's a manual piloting demo coming up in a few days. So is there anything that your team learned today that helps inform how that demo will go, or any preparations?
Yeah, there's actually lots of different kinds of manual piloting tasks. The one that we did today is one of the more complex ones. We did it first because we needed the ICPS to be there, and the ICPS we had a limited amount of time before it had to perform its disposal burn. So these other tasks don't require an ICPS. We'll be doing some tasks of pointing the vehicle. We'll ask the crew to point at a star to simulate a future operation where we need to point the vehicle at a target at long range while the target's still at long range. So there's just lots. We're going to turn jets off to simulate a degraded control system and see how the control system responds. So we have a lot of other manual control tasks coming up.
Definitely a lot of action still to come for your group.
Yeah, and all this is, we're simulating stuff that we need to, we're not simulating, we're flying stuff that we need to fly on a future flight. So by being able to do it now, if we see any funnies in the data or decide we need to make any corrections, we have time to make those corrections before the Artemis II flight. So this is really risk buy down for Artemis III. That's why we're doing this, is to get some of the system tests behind us before we fly the first dockings for real on Artemis III.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a test flight. And with that, I would love to know how you feel after a crew has now piloted Orion for the very first time.
Oh, it's always a great feeling to see something that your team developed go fly for real. I've been around for a while. I've seen this many times, but the luster never fades. It's always fun to actually fly and see your stuff in operation.
I can only imagine. I'm so excited for your team. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see everything that is to come in the upcoming days. So thank you again so much for joining us, Dave Dennemiller, Deputy Manager for Orion's Guidance, Navigation, and Control System.
It was fun. We got 9 more days of fun.
Let's do it. This beautiful view coming from Orion on the Artemis II mission and a camera on the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Spacecraft now over 27,000 miles away from our home planet. We are now 5 hours and 45 minutes mission elapsed time, or 5 hours and 45 minutes since launch of the Artemis II mission. This view looking back on Earth from one of the cameras on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Things will start to get a little quieter from the crew. Of course, we heard quite a lot from them during the prox operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew the spacecraft around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. With that complete, the crew conducted some troubleshooting for toilet issues they were experiencing earlier, and those have been resolved. They also continued drying and stowing their suits, configuring the cabin for the mission. They will have a private medical conference later today as well to report how they're feeling to teams on the ground. And eventually they'll be able to get into some sleep. Of course, this is not a full night's sleep, as they will have the rest of the mission because they will move into a perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn timelined for 12 hours and 55 minutes mission elapsed time, so just about 7 hours from now. After that perigee raise burn, they'll get the opportunity to get a few more hours sleep before waking up tomorrow and starting another day.
Integrity Houston, maneuver in 2 minutes for the bearing DFTO.
Integrity copies. And timeline question, would you like us to do the PCS O2N2 med checkout activity?
Indeed we would, and you are go in step 1.1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston, those prop RCS cautions are understood per the maneuver that we're doing now.
We copy.
That call from ground teams to the crew, letting them know that any warnings they see on their screens can be ignored. No action is required of them right now. Those are reported by prop about the reaction control system thrusters. We've seen those a couple of times tonight, and teams on the ground are working a forward path. Right now, they'll be able to quiet those alerts on the crew's displays. Seeing some movement on your screen as Orion moves into its next attitude. Again, this video coming from the tip of a camera on the solar array wing. You also have a great view now of the European Service Module and that OMS engine. That's the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This is a NASA-provided and refurbished engine. So far, not including today, it had been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles. The OMS engine provides about 6,000 pounds of thrust, and if you strapped it to a car on Earth, it would go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in about 2.7 seconds. Now 5 hours and 55 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew continuing to configure the cabin aboard the spacecraft. Again, a very long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours prior to launch. Now coming up on 6 hours mission elapsed time. 6 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System rocket. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. And this view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, a camera on its solar array wing looking back at us on Earth. Now we do have 4 astronauts working aboard the spacecraft. The commander is NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. He's a Baltimore native. He's been in space before, and he was a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014, a total 165-day mission, working on science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. Reid has 2 daughters. We saw those 2 girls waving at him as he departed the operations and checkout building today, boarded the Astrovan, and went to the launch pad. Artemis II pilot is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He was selected as an astronaut in 2013, when at that time he was serving as a legislative fellow in the U.S. Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020. He launched as the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, that was the first operational mission of our commercial crew program, resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the space station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot. He has more than 3,500 flight hours in over 40 different aircraft. He added a spacecraft to that today as he piloted Orion during the manual flight of the proximity operations demonstration. And he and his wife have 4 children. Next up is NASA astronaut Christina Koch. She is a mission specialist aboard Artemis II and a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, being in the same class as Victor. She's previously served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to February 2020, making her the holder of the record for the longest single space flight by a woman. That's 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who's now living and working aboard the space station. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. She loves surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Rounding out our crew is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is a first-time flyer and will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon. He is a London, Ontario native and was selected as an astronaut in 2009. Since then, he's worked as a Capcom here in Mission Control in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single person in Mission Control communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to help simulate deep space exploration. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking, and he and his wife have 3 children.
integrity for timeline.
Houston's here.
Okay, Amy, we got the 4K camera encoder installed and the camera is set up. Are we doing scene and voice for PAO or are we skipping that for today?
We do want to do a checkout of the 4K encoder, but we don't need to do scene and voice checks. And Reid, that might have not been clear. We won't be doing a formal scene and voice check for PAO purposes, but we'll do a quick one just for the encoder checkout.
Okay, so there is no PAO event, but we are going to do a 4K encoder checkout. Copy. We're setting it up now.
Good copy. And Integrity Houston, we do have you on video for the 4K encoder checkout.
That is great news. Stand by for audio checks with the wireless mic.
Copy.
Six hours and 10 minutes since liftoff.
Amy, I just did audio with the wireless mic. Did you copy?
You have good audio on. And we copy good audio on the handheld mic.
That is great news. We're ready to call 4K encoder checkout complete if you are.
We concur. 4K checkout complete, and whenever you're ready, I have some words about S-band string swap that we're interested in having you all perform. And it's great to see you all wave, 4 smiling voices, and we are really enjoying seeing you up there.
Not as much as we're enjoying being here.
That is true.
And Rise is also smiling at you guys. And we're preparing to be ready for your words about, I think you said S-band. Stand by.
Standing by.
And ahead of our future public affairs events, the crew has completed a checkout of the 4K encoder video and audio. Completing that installation tonight will allow us to have them conduct some events starting tomorrow. This view on your screen coming from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth. This is coming from a camera mounted on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. Just a little crescent Earth. Now 6 hours and 12 minutes since launch. The first flight of humans aboard Orion.
Decent integrity on 1. I do not have a notepad, but go with the S-band string, and if I need to get one, I'll get one.
Okay, copy. We know you're doing much cabin config, but first off, we did want to check if the EMER mass deploy is complete.
Affirmative.
Great, thank you. And then for the S-band string swap, we do want you to perform an S-band string swap back to string 1. We think the communication issues earlier in the mission were due to a ground issue, but we want to confirm good comm on string 1. I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
21.1.3 for S-band string swap. Perform all steps.
And do we have a get well plan if we don't pick you up on the other string?
Checking. And Reid, if you swap to string 1 and you don't have comm with us for 2 minutes, you can swap back to string 2.
Okay, that sounds good. And can Christina go for her PAO teardown activity?
You are go for the PAO deactive activity.
Okay, we copy that, and 21.1.3 is going into work, and we have at least one use on fluids in the toilet, and it worked great.
We are so happy to hear that.
And Christina is wondering how long until the CCU dump.
Approximately, standby. Approximately 15 minutes to the CCU dump, and we'll give you a call as a reminder.
Copy. Houston integrity, com check on string 1.
Loud and clear, how me?
We have you the same. We are on S-band string 1 primary. Looks good.
Okay. We concur, and we will be staying on string 1.
Astronauts aboard Orion calling down to speak with Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. What you see in the bottom right of your screen. Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, right now is Amy Dill. She has been speaking with the crew since the Orbit 1 shift took over. The Capsule Communicator is the only person in Mission Control that speaks directly with the crew. You can see her there down closer to the bottom left of your screen, and right next to her is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Having one voice in Mission Control speaking with the crew allows us to keep communications clear and concise. They gather information from all of the flight controllers here in the room alongside the flight director and make decisions on what they need to share with the crew aboard Orion.
Houston integrity on 1 for fan speed / cabin temperature.
Houston's listening.
Amy, is it possible to lower the cabin fan speed a bit? There's a lot of airflow in here, and if that is not possible, can we increase the temperature?
Well, I think the answer is yes, right? Ecom can do one of those two things.
Copy, Reid. We understand the request, and we are discussing how to implement. We'll follow up.
Yeah, sounds good. No urgency there, but just know that that will be our desire down the road.
Copy.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Integrity Houston, maneuver in progress, 5 minutes. And Integrity Houston for the enabled SM RCS prop cautions. Those are, again, understood with the maneuver, and we are working to suppress the ones that are enabled.
Sounds good, Amy. We copy all.
Now over 6.5 hours mission elapsed time, or time since the Artemis II mission began, with liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Since then, the crew has seen the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn before moving into the proximity operations demo. They detached from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and then used that stage as a docking target. Of course, we did not dock today, but this was great practice for us to understand how it feels to manually fly Orion. So pilot Victor Glover was manually controlling the spacecraft in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. We also saw CubeSat deployment. Eventually, we had the USS-2 burn, the upper stage separation burn that took us away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the ICPS itself had its own disposal burn. The crew is now working through some cabin configuration. Once their cabin configuration is complete, they will have their private medical conferences to report how they're feeling down to teams here on the ground. They'll get into their chance to sleep a little bit before the perigee raise burn in the middle of their sleep shift. Once that burn is complete, we will then get another sleep shift for Orion. That perigee raise burn is to raise the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth right now. It is in a high Earth orbit. And that perigee raise burn will set us up for the translunar injection burn tomorrow. Translunar injection is the burn that we need to send us around the moon and is also our deorbit burn.
Integrity Houston, no action on that enabled caution again, and I have a couple of items for you whenever you're ready.
Okay, Houston, we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, to address the cabin environment, we're going to command cabin fan speed lower from the ground.
Thank you.
Two more things. Also, you probably already have, but your go to set cockpit and cabin lighting as well as DU brightness per your preference. We are well out of the eclipse.
You're right, we have. Thank you.
I figured you might have, and we're also at that time where we're ready for you to do the CCU dump, and I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Stand by on that one.
Standing by.
Okay, Houston, we are ready to copy the CCU dump procedure.
Okay, it is 26.2.201 CCU dump, and step 1.1 is complete for configuring heaters. We've done that from the ground.
Okay, Houston, we copy. Thank you.
And as an additional, once you get there, there's a check step in step 5.1 for confirming heaters reach set point. They are there, so you're good to continue once you get there.
Okay, we copy 1.1 and 5.1. Thanks.
Capcom Amy Dill has been communicating with the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they will be able to turn down the fan inside the spacecraft, and is also going to work with them on how to empty the CCU. That's the collapsible contingency urinal. As you heard earlier, the crew had some time troubleshooting the toilet. That has since been resolved, and they are now able to empty and process what was used before they used the toilet.
Houston integrity. Question on CCU dump. Also a status. The O2 N2 med checkout activity is complete.
Copy status. Ready for question.
Yes, the CUD-1 ECFA was not installed yet. I have located it. Am I go to remove all of the packaging around the connectors and go ahead and connect it to CUD-1, or is there a procedure I should be referred to for that?
And Christina, you are go to remove all the packaging and to connect ECFA to CUD-1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston for upcoming conference.
Go ahead for upcoming conference.
Whenever you're ready, we can privatize Orion to Earth 2.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission, first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. Orion is now over 32,000 miles from Earth since launching 6 hours and 48 minutes ago. Again, we're looking at an approximately 10-day mission. The crew will soon be stepping into their private medical conferences. These are scheduled to allow the crew time to report down to the ground on how they are feeling during the mission. Once the crew completes their private medical conferences, they will be able to start winding down and getting into their pre-sleep period. They will have a chance to take a nap, essentially, before waking up for their perigee raise burn monitoring operations. Once perigee raise burn is complete, and again, perigee raise burn is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and we are in a high Earth orbit. Once perigee raise burn is complete, we will have the crew go back to sleep for another several hours before they wake up tomorrow at about 2100 MET, actually about 2000 MET, which is around 1:15 p.m. Houston time, Central Time. It'll be a busy day for the crew tomorrow. They will have their first full day inside the spacecraft. They'll have the opportunity to talk about the vehicle status with the crew in Mission Control Houston. They will also begin exercising. And again, with that private medical conference coming up, we do take the action to privatize the loops so the crew can share however they are feeling with teams here on the ground below, and their health and medical status is protected. The main thing on their timeline tomorrow will be the translunar injection burn. This is the burn that will commit us to flying around the moon, leaving high Earth orbit, and eventually returning back home to Earth after swinging around the moon.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 2 is privatized for your conference.
Houston, integrity on Orion Earth 1.
Houston's here.
You can go ahead and normalize Orion Earth 2, and then Reid is going to have a PCD question. I'm having a little bit of network issues. I need some troubleshooting assistance.
Copy, we will normalize.
Teams here in Mission Control Houston are normalizing the flight loop for Orion to communicate back with the Artemis Mission Control Room. They were able to privatize that flight loop and allow the crew to discuss with flight doctors how they feel after today's launch and events. We plan these private medical conferences throughout the mission for them to report down how they're feeling.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for your PCD questions whenever you are.
Okay, Amy, this is just on PCD1, logged in users, CDR. When I am trying to open Optimus, I am getting an error. Let me open it and try to read the error I'm getting.
We copy so far.
So I get a screen that says, "Welcome to Optimus tablet," with an exclamation point, and it says, "We need to gather some basic information to get you started," and it's got 3 questions. But then laying on top of that, about 1/5 of the size of the PCD, is a pop-up window that says, "Network error. Operating system is reporting access to internet as unavailable. Check to see if device has network capabilities enabled."
We copy, and we are chatting.
Copy. Troubleshooting steps I have tried is I've tried running the network config to Wi-Fi, and I have also tried a shutdown reboot, but I'm open to trying those things again.
Copy your troubleshooting so far.
That's NASA astronaut and Commander Reid Wiseman calling down about some issues he's having with his portable computing device, or PCD. Those are the tablets that the crew often uses. He's looking to access one of our networks that we use for timeline planning called Optimus. Teams here on the ground are helping him troubleshoot that.
Stowage question when you have a second.
Ready for stowage question.
As we are working on the ekless wall, we need new, fresh comfort garment stowage location for Christina and Jeremy. We're having a little bit of trouble finding their new comfort garments because we're going to stow them with the suits.
Copy. We will look that up and get back to you when we have it. Integrity Houston for comfort garment locations.
Go.
Thermal comfort garments for Christina and Jeremy are in Foxtrot 3 CTB large, labeled med kits with a purple label.
Copy, we're checking it out.
Houston integrity for CCU dump, step 6.1, requesting that you deactivate the secondary wastewater dump line heaters.
Copy, thanks for the call. We will go ahead and leave those on for your awareness.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for Reid PCD troubleshooting.
Go ahead, Amy.
Okay, Reid, we suspect the issue with your PCD may be Optimus software. We were able to connect to PCD1 on, we can see it on the network, so with your go, we can remote in and take a look directly.
Yeah, go for it. And then I also see that I have 2 Microsoft Outlooks, and neither one of those are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus on those 2 Outlooks, that would be awesome.
All right, we will join in on your PCD and we'll let you know when we're done. Integrity Houston, for your awareness, we have increased the ping timeout to 2 hours, 51 minutes to encompass the KUS PDL compass.
Okay, Amy, we are pretty knee-deep in cabin config. Just confirm we are not expecting a forward or return link LOS for the next little bit.
Correct.
Coming up on 7 hours and 15 minutes since launch today. Orion now over 33,000 miles from Earth. Our 4 crew members aboard getting settled in to the spacecraft. Most recently, Commander Reid Wiseman calling down.
Integrity, Houston, 1 minute to DTE handover.
Most recently, Commander Reid Wiseman calling down to discuss his portable computing device and making sure they can get it connected to the network. The crew is getting into the end of their day, a very long day for our astronauts. They are officially in their pre-sleep period, working through that checklist, and will soon be moving into the sleep portion of their day. They're only going to get about 4 hours of sleep before they need to wake up and monitor the perigee raise maneuver burn. That perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And again, we are in a high Earth orbit, a little bit different than what we're used to aboard the International Space Station in a low Earth orbit. At any time, the International Space Station flies about 250 statute miles over the planet, and obviously we are now over 33,000 miles away from our home planet. That perigee raise burn will set Orion up in its proper positioning ahead of the translunar injection burn tomorrow, one of the major milestones on the crew's timeline tomorrow. And that translunar injection burn will be what sends us to the moon and also commits us to coming home. Once the perigee raise burn is complete tonight, that'll be around 6:15 a.m. Houston time. The crew will get to go back to sleep for almost 5 more hours before they wake up. So they will get a total night's sleep, just divided because of that perigee raise burn. This evening, after completing the proximity operations demonstration, the crew has been working in the cabin to stow everything that they've been using so far and configure it for the rest of the mission. Tomorrow, they'll have time for space adaptation, helping them get used to the microgravity environment. They all have a midday meal scheduled at the same time. Of course, again, they will monitor those burn operations and conduct some exercise. As the crew continues their pre-sleep period of today's timeline, some quick facts about Orion. Of course, our 4 crew members are in the crew module, and they have about 60% more cubic volume than Apollo, 60% more. That's about the size of 2 minivans. In total, 330 cubic feet habitable volume. When we had a view inside earlier, we did see some of their displays and controls, including the 3 display units that the crew is able to monitor and help command the vehicle with. Earlier, we heard pilot Victor Glover using some of the rotational and translational hand controllers. There are 2 rotational hand controllers and 2 translational hand controllers. And something that the crew will be working on tomorrow is exercising. This will be the first time that they exercise in Orion, and one of the devices they will be using is called the Flywheel. This is a compact and power-free system that allows daily aerobic and resistive workouts aboard Orion. The Flywheel supports exercises like rowing, squats, and deadlifts, and they are able to adjust the resistance levels as needed. Of course, aboard the International Space Station, we have much larger devices used for exercise for the crew members, but on Orion, in a much more compact space, we needed a more compact solution. In this animation, you can see the 4 solar arrays aboard Orion. There is a camera on the tip of each solar array. We had some beautiful views of Earth from one of those cameras earlier, and we are looking forward to some incredible views of the moon as we fly by on flight day 6. Each of those solar arrays has 3 panels on it, and each of those panels is about 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet. So the length of each array nearly total 23 feet. Each of those arrays would provide enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. 8 hours and 23 minutes into the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. Our 4 crew members, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, lifted off today atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They had a smooth ride to orbit and have since completed all required burns to put them in the proper high Earth orbit where they are now. Earlier today, we also saw them transition to the Deep Space Network. This is the first time in over 50 years that we've had humans back on the Deep Space Network. We have had humans living and working aboard the International Space Station for over 25 continuous years now, but they they communicate through the tracking data relay satellite systems. That was one of many milestones for the crew today. We also saw them complete the perigee raise maneuver, the apogee raise burn, modifying Orion's orbit around the Earth, and keeping us in that high Earth orbit. Being in this high Earth orbit for over 24 hours allows the teams and the crew to check out the systems aboard the spacecraft before conducting the translunar injection burn tomorrow. The translunar injection burn is what will commit the crew and the spacecraft to flying by the moon on flight day 6, and that burn also serves as the deorbit burn for the spacecraft. The ability to use the translunar injection burn as the deorbit burn is because of a free return trajectory, where we're harnessing the moon and the Earth's gravity to pull us back home. Crew aboard Orion also conducted the proximity operations demonstration, namely pilot Victor Glover manually flying Orion in relation to the recently separated interim cryogenic propulsion stage. He commanded the spacecraft to move in as close as 10 meters or 30 feet away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and a faux docking target, essentially, allowing them to practice and learn what it's like to manually fly the spacecraft. This helps us understand and learn a lot about flying Orion manually, as we may need to do so for future docking operations ahead of lunar landing missions. Shortly thereafter, the upper stage separation burn occurred, taking Orion farther away from the ICPS, and that interim cryogenic propulsion stage had its own disposal burn thereafter. Since that time, the crew has been stowing their suits, getting their cabin configured, getting ready for bed. They had their private medical conference in which they were able to speak with teams on Earth about how they were feeling following the day's events. They are now in their pre-sleep period and are configuring the spacecraft by hanging up their sleeping bags. They also have the option to put some window covers over the windows in Orion to make sure no other light comes in, and we will get them some sleep. Their sleep period tonight is interrupted by the perigee raise burn, so they'll get about 4 hours of sleep here to start, and then wake up for those perigee raise burn operations. Perigee raise burn means we are lifting the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And after that's complete, the crew will go back to sleep for about another 4 hours before they wake up and start flight day 2. You're looking at a live view from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are in the White Flight Control Room just down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room where you usually see us. And this is the Orbit 1 shift. You'll probably start to see some folks filtering in and out of the room as we will expect handover to take place around 2:30 a.m. Central Time. Just like Mission Control, we'll be monitoring the flight of the crew for 24/7 all throughout the mission. We will also be live during that time. You can find us as you're watching us right now on YouTube on NASA's account. 8 hours and 40 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission and the Orion spacecraft. This view from Mission Control Houston, and specifically the White Flight Control Room, which is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Our 4 crew members aboard Orion, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut, are getting into the sleep period of their day. They've had a very long day, having woken up about 8 hours before liftoff, spending that time getting suited up, waving goodbye to family and friends, riding out to the launch pad, boarding the spacecraft, waiting for liftoff, and then monitoring all of the steps through ascent. The crew is in a high Earth orbit right now, and the next major milestone for them will come in the middle of their sleep period. They will wake up in about 4 hours for the perigee raise burn. That is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and again, they are in a high Earth orbit right now. Once the perigee raise burn is complete, they'll get the chance to go back to sleep for a little while. The view on your screen, clearly an animation of Orion, showing we are over 38,000 miles from Earth. The crew is in their pre-sleep period, or actually they've moved into their sleep period. And this visualization coming to you from the ARROW website, that's Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You are able to access this on your own computer or cellular device if you so choose. We're happy to share it with you here when we don't have views from the spacecraft, but at any time you can log on, search for Artemis II, AROW, ARROW, and you will be able to find this on nasa.gov.
Integrity, Houston, for AGA readings, when able.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reid, sorry to pester you during your sleep period. I know you guys are finishing up cabin config. When you can, we will take AGA readings.
Okay, I just turned it on, so I guess I'll give it 5 minutes, and then we'll give you a call.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Capcom Amy Dill calling up to the crew about their AGA readings. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew is able to, and is timelined to take readings of the atmosphere inside Orion. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard this spacecraft, and so we are looking to learn about what is existing inside the cabin and with the CO2 output of the crew and how the ECLIS system is working, and these readings help us determine that.
And Amy, we'll just sync up with you on where we got to on cabin transit config, and then we'll pick up the rest when we're awake.
Sounds good to us.
All right, we already called down. We're complete through step 4. Step 5 we skipped for now. Step 6 we also skipped. Steps 7 and 8 are complete. Step 9 and through 11 are complete.
We copy all so far.
Yep, and that's about it. Looking at the rest, we haven't really tidied all the rest of that stuff up, so we'll have to get to that tomorrow.
Okay, we copy.
Eight hours, 52 minutes since the launch of Artemis II and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Houston integrity, couple sync questions. First one, just because today's been a little bit jumbled, are we safe to assume that any toilet non-use that's not per Optimus you would call up? We're thinking about calling you to see if we can use it for the next 20 minutes or so before we sleep, and instead wanted to check that assumption.
Checking.
NASA astronaut Christina Koch calling down to make sure that they are able to use the toilet. There are times during the mission when they are asked not to do so.
And Christina, you are good to use toilet all night.
Copy, good to use it all night, including the toilet unavailable that we see on Optimus. Thank you for that. And speaking of all night, what time should we expect our wake-up music?
Checking. And Christina, to answer your question for wake-up music, it'll be towards the end of post-sleep after the second sleep period.
Copy. We thought we provided enough songs for even waking after the nap, but no worries. We will set our own alarms for PRB. Thank you.
And Christina, you are indeed correct, and we checked our song inventory, and we do have a song for a wake-up for PRB ops, so we will provide that.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great. And may we request that around 12:30 MET?
Yes, we will provide that 12:30 MET.
Fantastic. Thanks for an awesome first day. We are climbing into our sleeping bags.
Okay, and to end that day, whenever the 5-minute timer is up for the AGA readings, we'll take those, and then we'll bid you a good night.
Hey, Amy, I can give you those now. CO2, 3.4. O2, 18.8. Pressure, 14.55. Temperature, 65.8.
We copy all, Christina, and with that, it has been a fantastic day with you all, and good rest, and we look forward to working with you tomorrow.
We We do as well. Take care, guys.
All of those communications with NASA astronaut Christina Koch calling down to Mission Control Houston and specifically here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, speaking with Capcom Amy Dill about the schedule for the night. She provided some AGA readings near the end of their communications there, the anomaly gas analyzer readings of the gases that they have in the cabin. Also discussing when their wake-up song will be played. We expect to hear that just before the perigee rays burn. Again, they're settling into their sleep period right now for just a few hours. That'll be interrupted by that perigee rays burn and the operations that they'll need to conduct to monitor that before going back to sleep for about 4 more hours. The crew has configured their sleeping bags within Orion, and we don't anticipate to hear from them for the next few hours while they're getting some well-deserved and much-needed sleep.
And Amy, as we prepare for sleep, we might have a few more questions. Do we need PCD3 wired, or can we leave it wireless?
Checking. PCD3 can be wireless.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis II and our 4 astronauts, Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, aboard the Orion spacecraft, a test flight with the first time we have ever had crew on this spacecraft. It's been 9 hours and 16 minutes since launch, and the spacecraft is now over 39,000 miles away from Earth in a high Earth orbit. The crew will remain in this high Earth orbit for the first approximately 24 hours of the mission before the translunar injection burn that will commit them to flying by the moon and returning home. It was a busy day for the crew after liftoff, with the perigee raise maneuver, apogee raise burn, continuing to keep us in that high Earth orbit. Moving into the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, followed by the upper stage separation burn, where Orion departed that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and the crew stepped into their cabin configuration procedures. The crew has since gone to sleep, and in just a few hours will wake up once again for the perigee raise burn. This lifts the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, again keeping us in that high Earth orbit and setting us up for the translunar injection burn tomorrow. After the perigee raise burn, the crew will get the chance to go back to sleep for a few hours before waking up for Flight Day 2. The Orbit 1 team is preparing their Orbit 2 shift as they come on console and conducting those handovers, meaning I am also handing over the PAO console to my colleague and friend Anna Schneider. Our live coverage continues on NASA's YouTube 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through splashdown and spacecraft recovery. And we have got a lot of exciting things to come, so I hope you will continue tuning in. And thanks for joining us so far.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications here inside the Artemis Mission Control Room. We are currently on console with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers who recently completed their handover period with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers who just went off shift after completing their shift. During the Orbit 1 shift, they completed the prox ops demonstrations or proximity operations, during which they manually piloted the Orion spacecraft in relation to the ICPS or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion System. The crew is currently in their sleep period, and today's sleep period is split in two parts. The crew will be woken in about 3 hours to prepare for the PRB, or perigee raise burn, which is scheduled for about 3 hours and 39 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. You are currently seeing a live look inside the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. And currently leading the team here in Mission Control Houston for the Orbit 2 team is Flight Director Paul Kanya, there on the far right hand of your screen. Following a launch yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern, the spacecraft is now about 40,000 miles away from Earth in its high Earth orbit. And there now on your screen, you are seeing views from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which provides live data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live views from the spacecraft itself. Again, we will continue providing live coverage throughout the Artemis mission as it makes its way to the moon and back. And again, coming up in about 3 hours and 38 minutes, we will have that next major milestone, which is the perigee raise burn. This is Mission Control Houston. There on your screen, you are seeing a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Up on the top right-hand of your screen, you can see the edge of one of the solar array wings, or SAW. And this Orion spacecraft was named by the Artemis II crew, so its name is Integrity. And the Artemis II crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut and commander Reid Wiseman, NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover, and then the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Koch and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are about 10 hours into this mission, 10 hours and 3 minutes to be exact, since liftoff yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. That liftoff took place from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following that initial liftoff, the crew completed a apogee raise burn, or ARB, and then they also completed a perigee raise maneuver. And then just a few hours ago, they completed what is known as the ProxOps, or Proximity Operations Demonstration. They've also completed several checkouts of the systems on the Orion spacecraft, including some emergency communication systems. And during that ProxOps demonstrations, they were able to practice flying their spacecraft towards and around the ICPS, or Interim Cryogenic Propulsion System. The purpose of that demonstration was to test Orion's handling systems, because on future missions, Orion will dock with other spacecraft, and it was able to verify that Orion can do that safely. After that ProxOps demonstration was completed, the ICPS fired its engines again for a disposal burn, and then Orion continued in its high Earth orbit, where it remains currently. The Orion spacecraft is just under 41,000 miles away from Earth. And again, the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft is in their split sleep period. So today's sleep period is split in two. They will wake up in a little under 3 hours from now to complete the perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn is scheduled to take place in about 3 hours and 27 minutes from now, but they will complete some preliminary targeting for that burn in just about 3 minutes to ensure everything is on track to execute that burn in a little over 3 hours from now. This is Mission Control Houston. We are 10 hours and 15 minutes into the Artemis II mission, and there on your screen you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. It is currently maneuvering into a biased tail-to-sun attitude. In this attitude, it allows the spacecraft to manage thermal constraints and power generation. It uses this attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. Again, the crew is currently in their sleep period, and they will remain in that sleep period for another 2 hours or so before they start preparing for the perigee raise burn, or PRB. That burn is planned to take place in about 3 hours and 16 minutes from now. And there on your screen, you're now seeing a live view inside the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the EECOM console. This stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. And this individual is responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. And they also manage emergency response. The equivalent to this flight control position in the International Space Station flight control room just down the hall is the ethos position. And then in front of the EECOM console, you can see MPO. Also on the right-hand side of your screen, that stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer. And this console position is responsible for the electrical power generation, the solar arrays, the array rotation mechanisms, and the power distribution systems of the Orion spacecraft. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water riding systems. And the equivalent to that position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is the position known as Spartan. Again, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently on console. For the duration of the Artemis II mission, there will be 3 orbits or shifts of flight controllers managing the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And currently leading the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers here in the room is Flight Director Paul Kanya there on the center of your screen. This is Mission Control Houston. We are currently 10 hours and 25 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew is the first to live and work inside the Orion spacecraft, and there on your screen you are seeing a live view of that Orion spacecraft as it continues its high Earth orbit. About 49 minutes after launch, the ICPS engine fired to raise the perigee, or the lowest point of the spacecraft's orbit, to a safe altitude of 100 miles above Earth. And then about an hour later, when Orion reached that perigee, the ICPS fired again to continue raising the spacecraft into a high Earth orbit, where it currently remains. The crew then began testing various systems, such as the life support systems, communications and navigation systems, to confirm that they were ready for the outbound trip to their moon. They also removed their Orion Crew Survival System suits, or OX suits, to get settled in for their journey around the moon. About 3 hours into the mission, the crew then completed their proximity operations demonstration, which tested Orion's handling systems. On future missions, Orion will dock with other spacecraft, so this was able to verify that Orion can do so safely. So the ICPS was repurposed as a docking target. It separated from Orion, and the crew practiced flying their spacecraft toward and around it as part of this demonstration. Once the proximity operations demonstration was complete, the ICPS fired its engines again for disposal burn, and Orion continued its high Earth orbit. Fast forward to now, the Artemis II astronauts are currently asleep on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. Again, you can see that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. They began their sleep shift about 2 hours ago and have about 2 hours remaining. Today's sleep shift is split due to the upcoming perigee raise burn, which is scheduled to take place in about 3 hours and 5 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. Following the perigee raise burn later this morning, the crew will perform a brief checkout of their emergency communications on the Deep Space Network at the most distant point of their high Earth orbit, which is necessary before that TLI burn takes place. After that emergency communications checkout is complete, the crew will then resume their sleep period. And with that, we will go ahead and review the flight day highlights from launch up until now.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reid Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before, as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won. He's out. Now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room, getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reid. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reid there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their Astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reid, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reid's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reid. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reid's head. So Reid, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reid was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Koch. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now, live inside of the White Room, at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go!
great news too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm. When it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS has reported too, they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
OTC is go.
STC?
STC is go.
GTC?
C's go.
MCO?
CO is go.
Safety Console?
The Safety Console is go.
LPE?
LPE's go.
RTD?
RTD's go.
Houston Flight?
Houston Flight is go.
ROC?
ROC is go.
And CDR?
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reid. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good air your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, on this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE, NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce fully on.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. One minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Koch, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the Moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You can see the perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
With the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hallis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Koch working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from mission specialist Christina Koch on the fault light. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
Yeah, we have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo!
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
9. And
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. Much quieter. Got a little rumble, like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
Of ICPS, did you see that photo off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good-looking American flag. Wow. Copy. Going off, Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon re-entry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion. Good morning from Mission Control Houston. We are live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here in Houston. Currently on console is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They came on console about 2 hours, handing over from the Orbit 1 team, who led the Orion spacecraft and its crew through the proximity operations demonstration, which you just saw a recap of there shortly ago. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently asleep, and they will remain asleep for about another hour and a half before they prepare for the perigee raise burn operation, which is scheduled to take place in about 2.5 hours from now. And there on your screen, you are seeing the Artemis real-time orbital website. This provides live data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live external views of the spacecraft itself. The Orion spacecraft, following a launch yesterday from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, is now a little over 42,000 miles away from Earth and about 220,000 miles away from the Moon. The Orion spacecraft and its crew will make their closest approach to the Moon on flight day 6. Tomorrow they will complete the translunar injection, or TLI burn, and that burn is a very important milestone, and it is what sends the Orion spacecraft and its crew off towards the Moon, and it also doubles as the deorbit burn. So once that maneuver takes place, it commits Orion and its crew to its journey around the Moon and back. And there you're seeing a live view outside the Orion spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft, there are 4 crew members currently on board. Leading the crew is the Artemis II commander, Reid Wiseman. Reid is a Baltimore native. He's been to space once before and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during his 165-day mission aboard the International Space Station, Reid and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week, and he also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. The pilot of the Artemis II mission is Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft.
Joining Victor and Reid is Mission Specialist Christina Koch. Koch is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013 alongside Victor Glover, and she served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Koch set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. Before becoming an astronaut, Christina led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments of the planet. And then rounding it all out is first-time flyer and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who is also serving as a mission specialist. Hansen is a native of London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected as an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, at NASA's Mission Control Center here in Houston. And the CAPCOM serves as the direct voice communicating with astronauts in space. He also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to stimulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. And those are the 4 crew members currently on board the Orion spacecraft. The crew did name the Orion spacecraft that they are flying today. They named it Integrity. Again, that spacecraft is about 42,000 miles away from Earth. It is continuing in a high Earth orbit. Coming up in about 2 hours and 25 minutes from now, the perigee raise burn will take place. Again, the crew is currently asleep on board the spacecraft, and they will remain in that sleep period for about an hour and a half before they are woken up to monitor the perigee raise burn operations coming up here soon. This is Mission Control Houston. Just a moment ago, you were seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft from some of its solar array wing or SAW cameras, and in the distance you could see the Earth behind it. The Orion spacecraft is currently a little over 42,000 miles away from Earth and about 221,000 miles away from the Moon. The Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following liftoff, the SLS rocket's main engines cut off and Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, separated from the rest of the rocket. About 49 minutes after launch, the ICPS engine then fired to raise the perigee, or the lowest point of the spacecraft's orbit, to a safe altitude of 100 miles above Earth. About an hour later, when Orion reached that perigee, the ICPS fired again to continue raising the spacecraft into a high Earth orbit, which is where the Orion spacecraft and its crew currently remain. The crew then began testing various systems on the spacecraft to confirm readiness for the outbound trip to their moon, and also removed their Orion crew survival system suits to settle in for the journey. About 3 hours into the mission, the crew completed their proximity operations, or ProxOps demonstration, which tested Orion's handling systems. And once that demonstration was complete, the ICPS fired its engines again for a disposal burn, and Orion continued its high Earth orbit. Now, the Artemis II crew is currently asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft. They began their sleep shift about 3 hours ago and have about 1 hour remaining. Today's sleep shift is split due to the upcoming perigee raise burn, which is scheduled to take place about 2 hours and 7 minutes from now. This burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, planned for Flight Day 2. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from launch day through the recent ProxOps demonstration.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we are beginning a new chapter in America's human spaceflight story. We are so humbled to have thousands of people here in person to witness this, and the many more watching online from around the world. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
Thanks, Megan. What a historic day to be here.
What a historic day to be here. Obviously, for what we see right behind us here, the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft on launch pad 39B. Artemis II is a nearly 10-day flight test to prove NASA can safely fly astronauts around the moon before attempting to land on it in just 2 years, hopefully.
Yes, you know, like you said, it's a test flight, so we're going to put humans on this rocket for the first time ever, and we're going to test out the systems on board and hopefully get around the moon.
And in charge of liftoff today is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson. She and her team are just across the street from us inside of the Launch Control Center. They kicked off continuous around-the-clock operations just before 5 p.m. on Monday and started fueling the rocket about 4 hours ago.
That com cap will also connect into the suit, which then eventually connects into the capsule through an umbilical there. So there's a lot of cords and wires. You can see them tuck in that cord under his chin right now.
And so the suits they're wearing, they're called the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OX suits. And so they're worn for launch and reentry or during high-risk or emergency situations.
And welcome into Firing Room 1, a historic firing room here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here reporting what's happening as we lead up to countdown and liftoff of Artemis II. So far, looking pretty good. You see the rocket out there on the pad. It is launch day, and we just got that crew weather brief that you were talking about from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to the crew. It looks like a countdown at this point is in good shape, and that's great news. Fueling continues to track well. We just reached all stages replenished.
Now, Reid Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. And so now here we are, pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013. At the time, he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. And so it looks like Christina here has completed her suit leak checks as well, her communication checks too.
Yep, they've already got her gloves off. They're getting ready to kind of hang out and relax a little bit, I think, before they walk out.
She is a mission specialist for this mission, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, so actually same class as Victor. And last but not least, first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native was selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
The team you see here in this room today has been training extensively to prepare for the highly dynamic phase of flight that begins shortly after engine ignition. Teams here will be monitoring the flight of the Space Launch System, Orion, and of course the Artemis II crew on board as they make their way from the Kennedy Space Center into Earth orbit.
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights and our astronauts, the card game, Nicole.
Yeah, you know, this is a fun time for the crew. Kind of relax a little bit, play a card game with the chief. You can see Scott Tingle there is the dealer today. Looks like they're playing high card wins. So Victor won, he's out, now Jeremy's out. You know, there are two schools of thought on this game. Either you want to get rid of all your bad luck or go out on a high note. So it looks like the crew chose we're going out on a high note.
Now, the SLS, or the Space Launch System, very big, very powerful. It is going to be producing 8.8 million pounds of thrust at launch. And like I mentioned, very large, as you can see here, going to stand about 322 feet tall with Orion there on top, just a little bit taller than the Statue of Liberty.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reid. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
You heard Reid there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause and the four of them step into their astrovan.
And there they go.
And off they go. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon. Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reid, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reid's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reid. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. This is a camera shot of behind Reid's head. So Reid, while Andre is buckling him in, that's a 5-point harness, Reid was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
That they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Koch. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed.
Drag on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around, so sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch.
We are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range, and the good news is the range is go.
As we see now, live inside of the White Room at the launch pad, the closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them. Except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
We currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the 2 LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself.
We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go!
Great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole, and just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So There are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket is something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds. Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that? Yes, sir. LP concurs go. And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC?
OTC is go.
STC?
STC is go.
GTC?
C's go.
MCO?
CO's go.
Safety Console?
The Safety Console is go.
LPE? LPE's go. RTD?
RTD's go.
Houston Flight?
Houston Flight is go.
ROC?
ROC is go.
And CDR?
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reid. And Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. Sir, you have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory, it was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view. We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Koch, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison, now working on internal checks to verify accuracy.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Integrity, and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon. This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras over the tracking and data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth, just east off the coast of Madagascar. You can see the perigee raise maneuver from the main engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing. Standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to TDRS handover.
And with the regain of comm, we're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Loud and clear, Stan Hallis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
In the meantime, Mission Specialist Christina Koch working on the activation of some environmental control life support systems and waste management systems. Currently, as teams on the ground analyze some troubleshooting of the activation steps that she was going through, she'll gather some of the backup waste management capabilities that they have aboard Integrity, just as a precaution while the teams assess how to address what was reported down from Mission Specialist Christina Koch on the fault light. At this time, the flight dynamics officer confirms that it was a good burn, so they are on a good trajectory for staying in high Earth orbit for the remainder of this flight day and into next. The high Earth orbit puts them into a 43,730 by 0 statute mile orbit, which orbits the Earth approximately once a day. It's a 23.5-hour orbit.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis II crew in the Orion spacecraft.
All right, Amy, welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. We got, right now, myself and Christina are in seats 1 and 2, getting ready for rendezvous and proxops demonstration. Victor's just finishing up getting out of suits and getting suit drying going, and Jeremy is hard at work in cabin configuration. It was an amazing ride uphill. The views, we've got 2 moon rises that we've had so far, and the views of planet Earth. We've circled it completely, and we forgot how beautiful it is to look down on Earth.
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they're preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network. This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you have heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes. Standing by for separation.
Yeah, we have good separation, good motion. We are ATP go.
Confirmation, separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch, confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston copies.
All right, here comes the pitch rate. I see it. Look at that. Woohoo!
This view inside Orion.
I see the moon in the camera, and now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view. Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19N. 1.
This is the view from
9 and
this is the view arrow. The docking camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. Much quieter. Got a little rumble like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
No action.
Of ICPS, did you see that photo off the screen on camera view? 0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 8 down pulses.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
4, 5, 8. I can see the side docking target. That is a good looking American flag. Wow. Copy. Going off, Fox. Great flying with you, Houston. Nice vehicle.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we enjoyed your excitement at seeing ICPS out the window.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. And it actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
And this is Mission Control Houston, live from the Artemis Flight Control Room. We are now about 11 hours and 58 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a launch yesterday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. And there you are seeing a live view outside the Orion spacecraft from one of its solar array wing or SAW cameras. And you can see the Earth in the background with a bit of an eclipse there. The crew is expected to wake up in about 30 minutes. They've been in their sleep period for about 3.5 hours now. Their sleep shift is split today so that they can complete the perigee raise burn in the middle of that sleep shift. That perigee raise burn, or PRB burn, is scheduled to start in about an hour and 33 minutes from now. This is Mission Control Houston. You are continuing to see live views from the Orion spacecraft's solar array wing or SAW cameras. The spacecraft has 4 total solar array wings on the service module. Each solar array is made of 3 panels, and the length of each wing is nearly 23 feet, or about 7 meters long. The 4 solar arrays are used to convert light into electricity, and they can turn on 2 axes to remain aligned with the sun for maximum power. And that view that you're currently seeing from those cameras on the solar array wings, looking back at Earth, a little bit of a crescent Earth in that eclipse. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity, is the Artemis II crew. The Artemis II crew is comprised of NASA astronaut and commander Reid Wiseman, NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover, and then the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Koch and Canadian Space Agency or CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Artemis II is NASA's first crewed test flight in the Artemis program, and that quad of 4 astronauts make up the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. That crew has been asleep for a little over 3.5 hours now, and they will be woken up in about 15 minutes or so to then prepare for the perigee raise burn or PRB operations. And that burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. The Orion spacecraft lifted off atop the SLS, or Space Launch System rocket, from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida yesterday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Following launch, the SLS rocket placed the Orion spacecraft into orbit, and the crew completed 2 laps around Earth, checking out the spacecraft while still close to home. Orion then entered a high Earth orbit and separated from the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, and completed the proximity operations demonstration by practicing maneuvers that will be essential for future docking in lunar orbit. The Artemis II mission aboard the Orion spacecraft is designed to help confirm that the Orion systems work and are designed for crew in deep space. Again, the crew is currently asleep, but they will be awoken here shortly, as they will then step into operations to prepare for the perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn will adjust Orion's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its translunar injection, or TLI burn, which is planned for Flight Day 2. Following the perigee raise burn, the crew will perform a brief checkout of their emergency communications on the deep space network at the most distant point of their high Earth orbit, which is necessary before completing that TLI burn tomorrow. And after that emergency communications checkout is complete, the crew will then resume their sleep period, and they will get another about 4 hours of sleep before they begin their Flight Day 2.